We are live now, and a warm welcome to the fifth edition of Digital Rajasthan Conclave. In fact, this is the first edition out of the 5 editions which we are doing on a virtual platform. So, in a real sense, a Digital Rajasthan Conclave, and this is also an example of how technology is helping us moving forward in these times when we cannot meet physically. And as we have been discussing over the years, the technology has changed our lives like never before. In fact, the kind of transformation that we have seen in our lives is unprecedented. From a era where landline phones used to be a luxury to a time when there are 500 million smartphone users. So we have a empowered population with a smartphone and internet access in their hands, and it has revolutionized the way they access information, they communicate, they do business, they do banking, they do entertainment, and all sort of things. We have a distinguished panel of speakers today. A technical snack at the end of Mr. Randhir. Hopefully, he would join during the course of the program. I would request Mr. Somesh Gupta, who chairs the FICCI Rajasthan Subcommittee on IT and ITeS, and he is the Delivery Center Head for Infosys Limited in Jaipur. Over to you, Somesh ji.
Thank you, Atul. I hope I am audible.
Yeah. Audible, visible, both. Please go ahead.
Thank you. A very good morning to everyone. Let me first introduce our eminent speakers for this session. I have pleasure in welcoming Mr. Sudhir Singh Dungarpur, who is the partner and leader in digital experience consulting for PwC India. I also welcome our own Mr. Dilip Chenoy, who's the Secretary General of FICCI. Thereon, I welcome our Managing Director of RIICO Limited, Mr. Ashutosh A.T. Pednekar, and Secretary Art, Literature, Culture, Archaeology, and a very well-read personality from Government of Rajasthan, Ms. Mugdha Sinha. We also have among us Director General of STPI, Software Technology Parks of India, Dr. Omkar Rai. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Bimal Patwari, who is CEO of Pinnacle Infotech and a member of our ITeS committee, who would basically be providing the concluding remarks. Now, on to the topic for the day. Recent advancements in technology and innovation are continuously disrupting our own world. Service delivery mechanisms to end users are undergoing a paradigm shift. As Atul said, this is in real sense the first digital Rajasthan that we are holding. And today the focus of any service provider, be it the government or a private sector, is on the ease of accessibility. Ensuring user convenience has become very, very vital. Current pandemic scenario has also stressed the need for resilient and robust systems that can continue to provide services even during worldwide disaster and population scale risk scenarios. Just think of internet not being available in such a scenario and what all we would lose if such a disaster were to happen. The advent of digital technologies today is making all of this possible and helping us reimagine our current ecosystem. Emerging technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud computing, etc., offer extensive possibilities for governments, businesses, and citizens. While cloud computing provides cost-effective computing, blockchain imparts the much-needed trust among trustless participants. AI simulates the human intelligence, and IoT rounds it up by making the technology all-pervasive. With these advancements in technologies, we are also experiencing heightened risks, primarily related to cybersecurity. The sophistication in this area, in the area of cyber threats, is increasing with each passing day. And thus, individuals and organizations need to be cautious about maintaining a safe, secure, robust, and a dynamic cybersecurity posture. Another key element that has been revolutionizing our nation's growth is the startup boom. Both the governments and the private organizations now recognize this and are collaborating with the startups at various levels, not to just drive innovation, but also to keep the spirit of entrepreneurship alive outside and within the organizations. Homegrown brands, be those in the area of e-commerce, transportation, hospitality, fintech, are examples of how the citizens of this country have embraced the essence of entrepreneurship and shown an appetite to accept change. In fact, Rajasthan is a state of firsts when it comes to some of these areas, including e-governance. For example, financial inclusion and women empowerment, along with access to universal healthcare, were policies that were pioneered by the state, and the state continues to lead in some of these areas. The state also has a very well-developed startup ecosystem. Government of Rajasthan has developed a techno hub and a very resilient state data center that's based on some of the latest technologies like Tier 4 design and huge number of racks, almost 600 racks, and provides resilience based on blockchain technology. In addition, we now have a number of some of the large IT organizations in the state, as well as some of the prominent startups call the state their home. Coupled with huge talent pool and an active diaspora from the state of Rajasthan, the state is, I believe, on the cusp of emerging an ITES center. As an example, one of the emerging technologies, Salesforce, for this technology, the state of Rajasthan and Jaipur is one of the largest talent pools in the whole world. We at FICCI recognize the importance of IT in developing the state of Rajasthan and have a dedicated subcommittee on ITES sector for the past few years. We've been discussing concerns, latest trends, and futuristic ideas on a number of platforms, like this one, our Digital Rajasthan Conclave, which is our flagship event, IoT Summit, and others. I'm sure today's digital or virtual conference, during this, we will have fruitful discussions and knowledge sessions that will benefit not only the core industry, but the startups as well. With that, I thank you all and wish the best for today's conclave.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. And now we have Mr. Sudhir Singh Dungarpur, who is partner and leader of digital and experience consulting in India. He comes with over 25 years of global experience working in different environments, from startups in Silicon Valley, establishing businesses from scratch, running large P&Ls, and transforming businesses and advising Fortune 100 companies. He is actively involved in various community development initiatives around education, environment, and improvisation of public services. He is a member of the governing council of Tata, a prominent education-focused NGO based in India. Over to you, Mr. Dungarpur.
Thank you so much for FICCI to invite me to present about digital, an area of my expertise in my home state in Rajasthan. And I know many of the faces out here, and I'm delighted to be here. For this, when FICCI spoke to me about digital resilience in Rajasthan, resilience in Rajasthan actually comes from the deep roots where the state has been based, right? And obviously, resilience is a part of the culture, is the part of the ethos, and it is the part of how business is conducted. Because obviously, in India and in Rajasthan, we've actually gone through many crises. Right? What I'm going to do is quickly share a presentation on what our views are and how we can. I'm just wondering if you are able to see the presentation that I've projected.
We can see it. We can see it.
Great. So with this, I just want to start by saying that every crisis obviously opens doors to an opportunity, and many opportunities. And how you deal with crises is a part of our lives. In, as I said, obviously Rajasthan as well as in India, we've gone through many crises. This pandemic is not new to mankind. There was another pandemic, previously 100 years back. And I know for a fact that, that actually took a huge toll on mankind. Globally, it took a huge toll. Just in my own home state, we lost 50% of the population at that time, right? But mankind resurrected itself. And obviously, there are opportunities out there. Today, 100 years down the line, we are faced with COVID. And the opportunities, obviously will open up with this. What we are seeing is how organizations react to this, how they actually take a leap out here is very important. And with digital, with the technologies and everything that is empowering the mankind is unique. And that is obviously very important to see, because obviously our recovery is going to be much faster. Today, you are seeing certain companies actually embark upon a journey of growth. And there's a huge amount out there. And there are three aspects that are very important, right? And specifically, when you're talking about technology, when you're talking about a startup ecosystem, you're talking about small businesses, you're talking about large enterprises. There's one theme that is common. You have to act with speed. You have to be agile. No matter how nimble you are or how large you are, you have to think differently. If you see, one of the largest petrochemicals company today, has transformed themselves over the last 2-3 years. It's the thought, it's the vision, it's the agility, which is very important. And of course, innovation is at the heart. And innovation doesn't really mean it's just the startup ecosystem. Innovation can come from anywhere in the organization. Innovation can come from anywhere in the ecosystem that you have or from your customers. And that will be at the heart of things. Now, obviously the 4 priorities which will get you there. And I thought I'll actually just summarize this in a very short span. There are really 4 elements, and I'll speak about each of these elements, in a bit more detail. But these 4 elements are very important. And the first element is really about focusing on your customer. Right? I think there's a lot that has changed, and a lot that has changed in the way in which our customers are thinking, what their priorities are. Is it a frugal mindset? Is it the spending that they have just on essentials? You need to understand that. And I think that's the heart of everything. When you are really looking at creating an enterprise or actually building your businesses or recovering or looking at growth, it is very important to determine how the expectations of your and behaviors of your customers have changed. That's where obviously lies the opportunities which you will seek to enhance or customize your experiences, because whether you are looking at experiences of your employees or you are looking at experiences of the front end office or or the digital front end that you are building to actually interact with your customers, I think that's very important. And there's a lot of investment that is actually going there. And I think enterprises that are actually investing there are able to create models of recovery very quickly. And that is very important. The second aspect is optimizing the productivity for return to office. We all want to be back to normal. We all want to return to office. What have we done? Obviously, there's a huge amount of employee support, well-being, and communication that one needs to do. Today, it's very important that you can't ignore, digital as part of your remote working. No matter, if I'm not able to actually come to office for the next 14 days, my work should not stop. We should be able to bring our, and obviously the ITeS, as well as the startup ecosystem, as well as the small and large enterprises will need to keep their enterprises operational. It's very important that we embrace that. This will obviously strengthen the agility by simplifying decision making. I think that's very important, because today decisions need to be made by the hour. Decisions need to be made very quickly. Decision needs to be made, as you actually go through the hoops of what challenges are coming across. Stronger employee well-being, loyalty, ability to move very quickly in the emerging opportunities and sustainable cost structures are very important. And that's the second point. The third element is obviously, how do you prepare your workforce for the new world? And I think there's a lot of discussions that have happened on skilling. A lot of the enterprises that we work with have been working in the traditional format. Obviously, there's manufacturing, there's mining, there's a whole bunch of other, there's handicrafts that are very big in Rajasthan. There's the traditional ways of actually hospitality that we've been working on. How do you actually strengthen your workforce and make them a bit more savvy about digital, right? And digital today scares a lot of people, because when you talk about a computer, it actually scares a lot of people. But if you really look at it, the devices that we have, right, the phones that we carry, and when I actually look at the workforce, there are people who are actually carrying smartphones. Digital can be enabled in a very simple way for everyone. And while in the corporate world, it's very easy for us to actually say, okay, fine, let's actually skill our people. But when you actually go, and specifically that image of that man who's actually sewing that sari, how do you digitally enable that? And I think that's at the heart of things. How do you really digital enable the bottom of, from an intelligence or a empowerment aspect? I think that's very important. And how do you really build the culture of innovation? Because today, the softest voice will be able to give an idea which is really big for you. I think that's very important. And as you empower people with new skills, there's a lot of innovation that actually comes out. The last point that I want to make is basically ensure your capability match your strategic ambitions. Every enterprise should not lose. I think there are many enterprises that have been actually fighting and scrambling, and either they're fighting for survival. Some who've actually, gone beyond survival are actually looking at taking market share. There are some who actually want to bring their people back to office. They want to change things. I think it's very important as you actually maneuver, you don't actually waver from your strategic ambitions, because that's what ties the entire enterprise. And it's important to clarify whether you want to be a scale or a niche player, because the opportunities that are arising will tell you where your market lies, where your ambitions lie. It's very important to determine the capabilities that you have, because at times you may want to actually embark upon a large, ambitious project, but it's important to carry that with your capability. You have to identify fresh opportunities and collaboration. It's really important. And as you do that, you have to marry it constantly with the ambition that you have. So it's the readiness to compete with strong investors, loyalty, trust, the closer engagements, obviously with the stakeholders that you may have, whether it's the government, whether it's other aspects. If you are in a startup ecosystem, it will be the investors, it'll be your market, it'll be a whole bunch of other things, right? It's the renewed sense of purpose, which is very important, because with your strategic ambition, there is a huge amount of purpose that is being developed about, the planet, right? Our responsibilities towards that, the sustainability aspect. I think those are very important. And obviously, positive image of the industry is important. So those were the four large points that we had. Just moving to my last slide. Yeah. So I think as you go through it, obviously I know that I had 10 minutes to speak. I think these are very important pillars. And how you reinvent, because I think every organization today, every small company, every person, every individual is trying to reinvent into this new normal. And this new normal is here to stay. It's very important as you think about things, you have to reinvent and you have to be relevant. And it's important to actually reimagine that journey, find that purpose, and reinvent yourself. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, sir, for this And thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dungarpur. And technology comes with its own set of problems also. But finally, we have our co-chairman, Mr. Randhir Vikram Singh, joined in. And Randhir ji is co-chairman of FICCI Rajasthan State Council. Besides this, he is also a life member of General Council of Board of Governors of Mayo College and chairman of Mayo College Committee. He is basically related to hospitality industry and has worked to build the heritage tourism in the Shekhawati region and is also General Secretary of Indian Heritage Hotels Association. Over to you, sir, for your
Thank you, Atul, so much. Sorry, gentlemen, earlier there's no electricity here. So, welcome to all the delegates and all the speakers this afternoon. And, in fact, it's a privilege and an honor to be amongst all of you on the 5th edition of the Digital Rajasthan Conclave, which is digital innovation which has disrupted the nations and industries worldwide, and propagation, automation, internet penetration, and the booming technology sector. A decade ago, digital was just in the word for information technology. Nowadays, it is to imagine any of life being untouched by technology. In an age where innovation has become the rule, the value has redefined consumer expectations, transformation, business operation models, and unlocked broader society benefits. Technology has come to our rescue in many ways. During the pandemic, we could communicate, learn, entertain, do a lot of things through its use. Going forward, we would witness an acceleration of adoption of technology in the governance, business, and society. I'm proud to state that Rajasthan is already moving far Rajasthan and Digital India as a whole. There is a comprehensive e-governance architecture in place. We have a vast pool of talent and young people who are and who can act as change agents and realize our shared vision to create developed society with technology as an enabler. There are challenges also to access, inclusion, and equity, bringing what is popularly called as Bharat India divide. We at FICCI are committed to catalyze this process and as the partners for success of Digital Rajasthan. Thank you so much. Sorry for all this little haphazard thing.
Thank you, Chairman. Something beyond our control, so that's perfectly fine. But you managed just in time. Thank you for your joining. And now I would request Mr. Dilip, Chenoy, Secretary General FICCI, for his remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Atul. You're doing some fantastic work as head of Rajasthan, so keep it up. Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India. Ms. Mugdha Sinha, Secretary, Art, Literature, Culture and Archaeology, Government of Rajasthan. Mr. Ashutosh Pednekar, Managing Director, RIICO Limited. Mr. Randhir, Vikram Singh, Co-Chairman, FICCI, Rajasthan State Council. Mr. Sudhir Singh, Dungarpur, Partner and Leader, PwC India. Good to have you back presenting in your home state. Mr. Somesh Gupta, Chairman, FICCI Rajasthan Subcommittee on IT and ITeS. Mr. Bimal Patwari, CEO, Pinnacle Infotech. First of all, a good morning from Delhi. The first thing about digital is it enables us sitting in different parts of the world to connect seamlessly and effortlessly to get the best minds from across the country and across companies to focus on a particular problem. I think Digital India is one of the flagship initiatives of the Prime Minister that aims to transform India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy. I really enjoyed Sudhir's presentation. He talked about speed, agility, and innovation. But if I were to look at the current scenario, typically in any organization, the CEO, the CTO, or the CIO, or the internal department ID would actually determine the pace of transformation in a company. But this time it is COV and the ID, which is COVID, which has actually led to digital transformation in most organizations. Two things have actually enabled this going forward. The first is that because this pandemic is a contact-driven and a proximity-driven pandemic, contactless delivery, contactless service, and social distancing of manufacturing and products and service delivery have actually transformed everything very, very significantly. If you look at the state governments, and the Rajasthan state government has done very good work in this, whether in the time of the lockdown, now it is all history, how you did online passes, how you shared information online, how you got digital distribution going, digital distribution of services, and all the entire school system went online, went digital. So it's a huge transition that has taken place. Toll collection through FASTags had gone off. The e-governance services actually took off. And of course, in the agricultural space, you had a lot of other activities like ENAM, the government e-marketplace, or the e-country, the electronic delivery of services. I think the whole issue and the whole government, society, individual went digital. I'm sure if we take a poll of all of us in this Digital Rajasthan program, which is accelerating resilience through digitization, how many of us knew how to use these online web systems 6 months ago? I think it will be less than 1% on such on such a platform. So the challenge really is that we ensure that every citizen benefits from the services offered by government. And as Sudhir mentioned, every potential customer is actually accessed, and every company uses digital to, whether it is to reach out to the customer, improve productivity, or change how products and services are delivered. I think the four things are essentially from a collaborative perspective between the stakeholders, whether it is government, industry, society, comprising of individuals, the last person on the ground, the picture which Sudhir mentioned of the person sewing that sari, or the child in the most remote village in Rajasthan who is trying to log on to an online classroom, and individuals. So if you look at these four stakeholders, and society and individuals would be also institutions like education institutions and legal, most of the cases are actually now being heard digitally. We require four things. First is for Rajasthan to really enable in the forefront of this resilience through digitization, a commitment, and with all the government, senior government officials here, including the MD of RIICO, the commitment is clearly demonstrated. The second thing is we need a collaborative and collective leadership amongst all stakeholders to one by one identify the areas that we need to either digitize, increase digitization, expand digitization, and therefore go at a coordinated action and see that each one of the things that we have identified, each one of the stakeholders, whether it's government, whether it's industry, whether it's society, whether it's an individual or the institution, has the capabilities, as actually articulated by Sudhir earlier to this, to get digital, to internalize digital, and then take it forward. And finally, these coordinated actions should have benchmarks, and we need to constantly evaluate and measure the extent of digitization. For example, one good example is the UPI payments. 180 crore transactions in September, 3.29 lakh crore worth of transactions. And if we can measure these and put them out in the public domain, and then measure and then again reformat and commit to grow this, it is absolutely evident, whether it is in industry, digitizing operations, which is commonly known as Industry 4.0, whether it is in government delivering services or whether it is the individuals or companies going digital to deliver products and services to connect. And finally, when we talk of digitization, we cannot but miss out machine learning and artificial intelligence. And how do we create a framework which makes it in a manner that we harness the advantages of machine learning and artificial intelligence to actually address issues and promote social equity going forward. I want to once again congratulate the Rajasthan State Committee and the government of Rajasthan for this great initiative, and thank you very much for having me in this opening session. Keep well, stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In fact, rightly said, COVID has accelerated the pace of digitalization across sectors. And our next speaker is Mr. Ashutosh Pednekar, Managing Director of RIICO Limited. He is a 2002 batch ITeS officer and has worked in various capacities in the government of Rajasthan as Secretary of Jaipur, Disaster Management, Relief and Civil Defense, Higher Education Commissioner of College Education, Director of Tourism and ITeS, and Collector of Udaipur, Palwar, Shennagar, Puri, Randhir, and various other positions. But before he starts, I would like to mention two things. Though we had a brief interface with Pednekar sir during tourism stint also, but we got to know his real mental capability, commitment during this lockdown period. When this lockdown and the phase period came, and the industry came with a lot of issues, some are very related to procedural issues and important policy issues. He has been a great support. You send a message to him, you will definitely get answer, and more often than you will get a favorable, positive answer, helping you to solve the problem. He was a great support to the industry during this entire lockdown and unlocking phase. And another thing, we had a webinar on this getting back to business, wherein he was present on 9th May, along with then CSO, presently CS of Rajasthan. And the very next day, we suggested that, sir, why don't we go take a lead and organize a virtual exhibition? Preferably, we suggested for Bastra. A lot of internal and external stakeholders had their inhibitions about this thing, and have all set of reasons not to do it. But then there was one person who believed that this was doable and should be done, was MD RIICO, and he not only believed in this but made everybody else fall in line, and virtually the architect of the first virtual exhibition, probably organized by any state government in the country, and out of which businesses in Rajasthan has got orders from domestic and international buyers, sitting in their factories, sitting in this office, and their true sense and digital initiative led by Mr. Pednekar. So, thank you, sir. We welcome you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Atul, and thanks to FICCI also for organizing this particular digital conclave. And it's indeed an honor for me to be representing RIICO in this. I think when it comes to digitization, when the balance sheet of the current corona epidemic would be written, maybe let's say 5 years down the line, I think among all the various negatives and on the loss side, all the various factors which are there, and that need not be elaborated. But I think at least on the credit side, there will be one which will be very clear, and that would be in terms of the accelerated adoption of technology which has happened. And I think in the future, the kind of savings in terms of time and energy, and most importantly, from the environmental point of view, I think those savings or those things on the credit side, I think over the long term might even outweigh the negatives of this pandemic, the way I see it, or maybe that's a very optimistic point of view, but I think that is a very significant kind of a development which has taken place post this pandemic. And that is something I can speak in the context of RIICO and what has happened post pandemic or during the pandemic. And as Atul was mentioning, we have had a very steep learning curve as a government company, as a government organization, and the way we have had to do adoption of technology. And the first taste of it came during the lockdown phase, when we had to very quickly put together a software, and then to ensure that all the various companies got permissions to operate as quickly as possible. The dissemination of information was also done as quickly as possible. What we have seen even in our day-to-day functioning as far as RIICO is concerned is that now we have almost completely done away with face-to-face meetings, especially the ones which we used to do with our unit offices. So this is a new development. I mean, we are now holding a whole host of, even as we are doing right now, what we are doing right now, things which were not so common or not so everyday earlier are happening as par for the course every day. And this is also what we are seeing here. With our 40 offices, there is one VC or the other which is held almost every second day, and they need not come from all over Rajasthan to the head office. So that has been completely done away with. Even the hearings which take place, which is a quasi-judicial process, even those are held now completely online. So no one needs come to the head office or even to the unit offices. Even to the extent that the hearings which take place for the industries or which are again quasi-judicial proceedings, they are also held completely online. And I think that has led to tremendous savings, as I was saying earlier, in terms of time and energy also. Even our business promotion activities, which used to be held completely in the real world. In fact, just before the pandemic, our officers had gone to 28 cities across the country, and they had visited various organizations in an effort to actually bring business, which of course has its own advantages, but now that has also completely moved online. And the frequency of these kind of interactions is also increased to the extent that now we have started communicating directly with our embassies all across the world, with the foreign embassies which are based in Delhi. So that has, kind of, if not, the kind of, even if the richness of face-to-face interaction is not there 100%, but it is compensated by the sheer, the breadth and the width of the kind of interactions that you can have, which were not possible earlier. So I think that is compensated in a different sense. Now, we have also accelerated the adoption of, for example, all our offices, 40 unit offices, they have got now state-of-the-art video conferencing infrastructure, which has been put in place. We have also accelerated our the e-auction process, which we had started just prior to the pandemic, but we have really accelerated this because it's a completely contactless way of doing business. And the result of this, surprisingly, has been that last year we saw a 325% increase in the sale of our plots, the industrial plots, which is a very significant increase, because the reason why this happened is because, and I think the major credit of it goes, I think, to the adoption of IT, which made it very transparent, very open, very seamless. People could participate in the e-auction process from throughout the country, not just sitting in Rajasthan or in our offices. So this has really opened up a completely new paradigm for us. What we have done post that is we have now really doubled down on the digitization process. Just last week, we have recruited not recruited, but we have taken the services of 95 IT personnel exclusively for driving the digitization process. 95 people in a 650 strong organization is quite a substantial increase, which has happened in a very short span of time. And we have also gone and adopted certain newer technologies. For example, GIS is something that we used to make use of earlier, but we have now really gone, we have made a deep dive into it to the extent that we have now procured drones. Our officers are being, our employees are being trained in the use of drones, so that, because we are basically a land development agency, so that is very important. We have started procuring high resolution maps of satellite imagery so that it can help us in doing better land management. And it has really unlocked a huge land bank in terms of which was not either known to us earlier or we were not aware of the details of it earlier, because RIICO has one of the biggest land banks of the amongst any of the state industrial development corporations in the entire country. So management of this really is can be done better with the use of IT resources. We have also tried to invest in our HR, in our human resource, in a big way. And our officers have now started going to IIM Udaipur, MNIT in Jaipur, where they are now, their technical expertise is now upgraded, especially in the field of IT. So these are the kind of things which are being done. Now, the government of India has also given a big push to this, and this has happened in the case in the context of the industrial park ranking system, which has now started taking place, so that states can compete with each other, industrial areas and industrial parks can compete with each other, and this is a major priority of the government of India. We have also kind of made a very concerted effort to ensure that the infrastructure facilities which are available, all this information is now available in the public domain. For the future, what we are now trying is that, for example, many of the IT companies have adopted work from home in a big way. We have realized that our processes are not at present very conducive to work from home. That is something that we would like to address for the future. We have also done a IT e-audit of our entire processes to find out what the weaknesses in terms of IT is of our organization, so that we can address them. So we have found, as I was currently saying, that we do not have a completely e-file system, or we do not have a completely digitized file system. So that is something that we would like to go for the future. We would also like to make use, as was being said by Mr. Chenoy earlier, big data and things like AI, and especially big data and data analytics in a big way, so that can really give us insights for the future. But just to kind of conclude, we have found that this is a big opportunity. It has really driven the adoption of IT in our organization in a big way, and I think it has really helped. Not just helped in a general way, but it has really helped our bottom line, and that is quite evident in the kind of profits that we have made last year, and that we are continuing to make even post pandemic also, or the post or in the current pandemic situation, I would say. So, amongst all the challenges, there are a lot of opportunities. We are trying to search for those opportunities and try to capitalize them as much as possible. And I think I'd like to thank FICCI again for having this kind of a very enriching discussion where we can be a part of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In fact, we are also witness to the journey of RIICO towards digitalization. And in fact, Rajasthan as a whole also is pretty advanced in terms of creation of IT infrastructure, and making it accessible to the last mile. In fact, the VC facility is accessible to the last mile until panchayat level. Then we have this e-mitra sectors, which became a model for the CECs that Government of India later created. The Jan Dhan scheme of financial inclusion was also started here previously. So, with this, we look forward to a bright future in the digital space for the state. And while our present speaker was MD RIICO, our next speaker is ex-MD RIICO, with whom we have closely worked during the 2017 edition of Stone Mart, Vastra, and various other initiatives. Ms. Mugdha is Secretary Art, Literature, Culture and Archaeology, Government of Rajasthan, and she has served as various capacities as Secretary Science and Technology, Food and Civil Supplies, Government of Rajasthan. She has also worked as Commissioner of BMIC and MD RIICO, as I mentioned. She was Director at Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Textiles, and OSD to Honorable Minister of Textiles, Government of India, and also served as Collector and District Magistrate to Shri Ganganagar, and various other places. In fact, she is coming for a program for the third time in this COVID era, and we have always enriched by her experience. And in fact, as Literary Secretary of the ITeS Association and previously as DST, she was organizing more programs than we were organizing at some point of time. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Atul. I hope I'm audible. And to all my fellow panelists, thank you. Yes, I think you can also thank me for the fact that being the only lady in the panel, I've helped FICCI convert this, avoided FICCI converting this panel into a manel. Okay. From a lighter side, I think a lot of what has been said by my previous speakers and fellow panelists, it all resonates, because the idea of technology, and technology, mind you, is not just information technology, because having worked in the Department of Science and Technology, I think technology has a far larger remit than basically information technology. And I think information technology from the universal set of technology is is just a more, I think, an obvious a part of technology which is better understood because of its usage in media by the general public and populace. But I think when I speak of bringing about resilience in digital technology space, I think I will be covering the entire gamut of technology as it exists, including information technology. So, let us first understand what technology is capable of doing. In fact, it is capable of doing more with less, which is exactly similar to in science, to the Archimedes principle of the lever, which says you give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum strong enough, and I will move the earth. So that is exactly the power of technology in today's time. And I think the difficult times that we are passing through or emerging from the COVID-19, this has, in fact, as Ashutosh also mentioned, that the greatest realization this has brought about is the acceptability of the disruptive nature of technology. Because you do Vastra, so if I speak in that language of textiles, because Rajasthan is closely associated, and now I am Secretary Art and Culture, using technology in the space of art, because we have moved from what is called the age of enlightenment to the age of entanglement, where technology will be the octopus which will have engagements breaking the silos of various departments in all fields. Because we are also in an age where we talk of the Krebs cycle of creativity, which talks about breaking the silos. And in the government system, good governance depends a lot on breaking silos, just as it does in the Department of Science, where the scientists have to move out of their silos of the laboratories and work in a translational manner with the society, for the society. So digitization actually has to be democratic, because what is happening right now, and I will be candid because of the experience that I have, that while we are all very good at compilation and collation of data, we need to move a step ahead, because that we did in the third 0.3 version of Industrial Revolution. And just to remind you the stages of the revolution, you will understand that in 1785, with the invention of the steam, we launched in the world what is called the Industrial Revolution version 1, with the advent of electricity, and thanks to Thomas Edison lighting after the 1000th try the bulb and lighting up the Manhattan city. We had the second version of the Industrial Revolution. And in the 1980s, with the onset of internet and computers, we had the third generation of Industrial Revolution. But today, we are in the fourth generation of the Industrial Revolution, all thanks to artificial intelligence, big data, blockchains, and everything included in it. Because what is happening today is that data belongs to the citizens, to each one of us, which is being compiled and collated by various private and public sector agencies. And it needs to become democratized for the simple reason that it belongs to us and it should be put in the service of the citizenry. So what we have done in the Department of Art and Culture very recently, if some of you have gone through the newspapers, you will appreciate that we launched what is called a call for artist database, using technology and using what I think will be a step up on what we have been doing, called the PPP model. So public-private partnership. So I think in COVID, the other C that belongs very rightfully, which will use technology in a very, very massive manner, is how can we crowdsource information, not crowdfund, but also crowdsource information. So we have just launched this program. Honorable Minister launched it, and on the 10th of October, and this has created massive ripples, because it has led to what is called engagement with the civil society, because all civil servants and governments exist for the civil society, and good governance, including e-governance, centers around is centered around the citizenry. And I think we now will need to build voluntary partnerships like we did previously with the public-private partnerships. We will now need to build what is called voluntary partnerships with our citizenry to bring them on board in governance. So that is the model that I foresee in the future. Let us also move. I will talk of the downside of technology, as what Yuval Noah Harari has warned us, because I think that impact of having civil servants in the midst of governance is important, because technology, while it enables us in many ways, is also at times can be dehumanizing, for the simple reason that a technology in e-governance will not appreciate that the person has written to us for the resolution of his problem is a Divyajan and would need personal attention. He need not wait for 15 days. When a person like that presents himself in my office, one can just simply pick up the phone looking at his condition. So I think that human aspect will need to be tempered, included in while we accelerate the use of technology. Issues regarding privacy will be very, very important. And I think Mr. Dungarpur also mentioned something about training aspect, building human capacities. But I would just like to add to that, that while we are, and what I think MD RIICO is also doing, that with the involvement of the IT people, it is very important that the people own technology, and not just civil servants, but I think people who are the SOs, the administrative officers, they are the ones who need to be given more training. So I think people at the cutting edge level would need more human resource training in terms of usage of technology, in terms of exposure to technology, because that is how the ownership of technology will come, and that is how we will move from a non-ecological system where we are still using and burning a lot of trees, using paper, note sheets, where we can move to an e-office system, which we did in the Department of Science and Technology with the onset of COVID. So technology will also bring about a more ecological consciousness, because it will lead to conservation of a lot of our traditional ways of doing things. So disruption is another name of technology, and I think we need in the system of governance to move from the applique work that we have been doing so far, to make to have faith in the quantum leap that we are supposed to make, given the fact that COVID has made technology, usage of technology, work from home, and flexible working hours, everything so acceptable. So I think we must ride on the surf wave of disruption, and instead of doing jugaad, instead of using our computers like typewriters, we need to move beyond that and do disruption. As Peter Thiel also said, let's move from 0 to 1, because unless you reinvent and innovate new things, how long will we add old wine in new bottles and continue to call that governance? I think that is something that is required. Also, I think we need to study a lot of our market, because our consumers exist in the market. We need to understand the market dynamics, something that we are teaching our students in the startup ecosystem, because it is very, very understanding for things to be successful, to have an idea of the markets. A little bit more about seamlessness, accessibility, because you need bandwidth, you need also hardware apart from training of people. You also need to train your citizenry, but you also need a whole lot of access in remote areas. Equity, I think Mr. Chenoy mentioned equity. Mr. Vikram Singh also spoke about availability. If there is no electricity, then our technology will not work. And also, if you look at the fact that what electricity did to the candle is what digitization of technology is doing to our current system of the third generation of the computer revolution. So I think the quantum leap is what we should look at in technology. And if we could use crowdsourcing and information technology and technology in the Department of Art and Culture, I'm sure all departments can work seamlessly using technology. And most of the departments who've understood the need of the time, because necessity is the mother of invention, will be able to successfully adjust and adapt to the new age. Also, if I might add on a lighter side, from the 21st of December 2020, we are entering the age of the Aquarians, which is all about technology, a manifestation of technology. So I think it is just the right time. We are at the cusp of a very wonderful transformation, and these times, the COVID times, as Ashutosh also said, have actually brought this realization that we can absolutely move on to the next generation seamlessly. And I keep saying this, and I will say this, that with all the research that is happening, with all the research in the PPP, in the medical devices system, in the plasma technology, everything, all the research that is happening in the medical sector, propelled by technology, is what is going to spur your Make in India initiative. And the scientists are now going to become entrepreneurs using the startup platforms. So I think it is a phenomenal age that we are in. And I really look forward to the changes that this jump in technology is going to bring about. And I'm very, very happy. In fact, Jodhpur, I had a sneak preview into what STPI is doing, because Dr. Omkar and I have been part of several panels during the lockdown, so got used to seeing each other and understanding. So I saw what they were doing, and I think some very good work is happening in Jodhpur in the medical devices sector, and we were able to assist a lot of startups. And we are partnering now with the French embassy, and you will see a lot of new things happening in the field of art and culture using various technology and crowdsourcing platforms. So thank you very much. Won't take much of your time, and really grateful to FICCI to think about us and to rope us in and to give us this space for freewheeling, chat and to learn from all the other fellow panelists. So thank you very much and good luck, and hope to be kept abreast of the deliberations that you have in your various sessions today. So good luck to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. In fact, crowdsourcing of information and quantum jump, the two takeaways from your address, and it's always a delight to hear from you. Now we come to our special address by Dr. Omkar Rai, who is Director General of Software Technology of India. Dr. Omkar Rai is leading STPI, a premium government organization working in the promotion of IT, ITeS, and ESDM industry in India. And Dr. Rai has contributed immensely in repositioning STPI with focus on innovation and dispersal of IT, ESDM industry beyond metros. He brings with him over 25 years of experience in IT and ESDM sector, having unique distinction of working very closely with government and IT and ESDM industry. He has been instrumental in formulating an appropriate interface among industry, academia, and IT and ESDM industry. He is working for the formulation of incubation program and center of excellence for IT and ESDM sector to promote startups, entrepreneurship, innovation, and software product creation in the country. In fact, one such center has started in Jaipur also. And I would also like to thank Dr. Rai. He is supporting us since the first edition of this program when we started this program. So when we say he is working towards spreading this thing beyond metros, it's really, I am a testimony of that. So it's a delight to have you, sir, amongst us. We look forward to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. The dignitaries on the dais, Ms. Mugdha Sinha ji, Mr. Ashutosh Pednekar, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Mr. Sudhir Singh Dungarpur, Mr. Somesh Gupta, Mr. Randhir Vikram Singh, Mr. Bimal Patwari, other participants. I must thank FICCI for this opportunity, and I must congratulate FICCI for continuously organizing this Digital Rajasthan Conclave. I think this has become a brand, and it talks, it communicates, it creates a great kind of outreach among the stakeholder by propagating the kind of things that are happening in Rajasthan in field of information technology. I must say that this topic is absolutely relevant and apt as accelerating resilience through digitization. And I would say that the resilience and the self-reliance, there are two key words, buzzwords, or mantra for India's journey in times to come. We know that even before this pandemic lockdown, COVID-19 lockdown, we have been doing certain things which were absolutely great. And India was actually slowly, transforming itself from agrarian economy to, service economy, and then manufacturing was also a thirst for all of us. However, the esteemed IT industry of India, which is around $191 billion revenue-based industry with $147 billion export, was actually driving or was actually instrumental in bringing certain transformation in the government, in the industry and other stakeholders. We know that so-called India stack was actually powered by the Indian IT industry, where uh, we have seen a lot of transformation in digital payment, the health tech, the edu tech, and others. And actually, if we look at the kind of initiative that government took before COVID-19 lockdown, was already seeing a lot of success and traction. We know that GEM, Jandan Aadhaar, Trinity, GSTN network, MCA 21, digital payment, government e-marketplace, all these things were happening before this lockdown period. During this lockdown period, we have seen that certain sectors actually got a lot of boost, and has IT industry as such has shown a lot of resilience in terms of its continuity of business, uh, because of the kind of work culture it had. It quickly resorted to work from home, and it was able to serve its customer all across the world through IT communication means. Uh, this challenge that the entire humanity has been facing, and India has actually been facing it in a very different manner. And therefore, we are facing these challenges, and these challenges are actually driving us towards a lot of innovation and new development. And therefore, during this lockdown period, if I uh, try to encapsulate the kind of happening that are happening around, and by the kind of initiative that government is taking, I would like to communicate to you that things are on right track. uh, Before this lockdown, the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, had come up with the National Policy on Software Product 2019. And knowing fully well that the India was not doing great in terms of software product creation. We were great in IT services, but actually we were not able to create software products. As our revenue in the software product market was merely close to $9 billion out of $511 billion, which was assessed in 2019-20. And therefore, to capitalize on the India's IT services industry, its prowess, its manpower, its workforce, its talent. This NPSP, National Policy on Software Product 2019, envisaged, aspired to make India a software product nation and take the revenue in the software product industry by between 70 to $80 billion by 2025. To achieve this vision, certain initiatives were already being taken. But during this pandemic 19 COVID-19 lockdown period, all those initiatives got a lot of acceleration, a lot of focus, a lot of attention from all the stakeholders. And therefore, this Mr. Sumesh Gupta was referring to our next generation incubation program, where he is actually leading us, helping us in terms of he's the chief mentor for our Chenoy program, which is a competition, which is a screening process for recruiting, screening the young boys and girls from smaller towns and cities of this nation. 12 locations where Jaipur is one. I am very glad to share that in Chenoy program, which is being conducted all across the country for bringing the young boys and girls with brilliant ideas in 12 locations of this nation, has actually got about 1,800 nomination and participation. And Rajasthan has contributed about 75%, 75% in the whole number. I'm very sure that going by the kind of focus that Jaipur has, and the kind of work it is doing in fintech sector, the kind of manpower and talent it has, I'm very sure that Jaipur would actually become a hub in terms of innovation and product creation in financial technology sector. So to take it further, Ministry of Electronics and IT also created a MIT startup hub, which is a overarching platform to connect all the incubators, all the startups, so that the best practices, standards, access to capital, access to world-class mentors, all those things will be afforded to all the incubators, all the screened in the startups who are connected to our network. In addition, ministry also transformed its Tide One program, which was about the technology entrepreneurship promotion program. And it came up with Tide 2.0 version with an ambition to open 51 such incubators in educational institutions or centers of higher learning, and to with a view to support about 2,000 startups in the 5 years. In STPI, if I say that we were actually trying to establish centers of excellence in emerging technologies. And I'm very glad even during this lockdown period, we have been working continuously. And we have been able to launch about 12 centers of excellence in those emerging technologies. And we are already in process of launching another 6 centers of excellence. If I say that these centers of excellence are essentially incubator plus something, because these centers of excellence are not only going to serve as an incubator for the startup, but it is going to become a platform for generation of knowledge, creation of knowledge, dissemination of knowledge, and to become a source of content, knowledge, and expertise and advisory in the entire sector domain that it is serving. Uh, we would say that we have already created center of excellence in IoT, in artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer vision, animation, visual effect, augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain, robotics, all the autonomous, connected, and shared vehicle domain. And all these technologies are being used in several other domains like fintech, meditech, gemtech, autonomous connected and shared vehicle domain, electronic system design and manufacturing, agri-tech. What we are trying to do is that we are creating this center of excellence under the leadership of the industry leader who are actually helping us as a chief mentor and are instrumental in leading the entire effort, making all the decision and administering our center of excellence with a view to offer a very flexible and market-friendly and professional administration to those center of excellence that we are offering. I would say that now in times to come, we would also see the emergence of certain other APIs getting into India's stack. We are seeing a lot of activity in agri-tech sector, and agri-tech is going to be, another sector of importance where a lot of technologies will be used and a lot of entrepreneurship will happen. Another sector is going to see a lot of boost and disruption in the is educational technology. We know that the government has come up with National Education Policy 2020. And if we carefully look at the policy, it talks about certain things which cannot be made possible unless they resort to adopt to the information technology as a major tool to deliver those things. Whether it is flexibility of creation of curricula, whether it is uh, credit, All India Credit Bank, whether it is DigiLocker or National in Technology Forum, and even in the transformation, the pedagogy, the creation of content, all these things are going to require the lot of technologies and are leading to the emergence of another India stack, which will be seen in the educational technology sector. I would say that all these opportunities and all these challenges, challenges that we are facing are actually getting converted into opportunity. And young boys and girls of this nation can actually find the entire movement that is taking shape in India, whether it is from Ministry of Electronics and IT, Software Technology Parks of India, or from the state governments or any other ministry of the government, through the various challenge grant programs, various competitions that are happening, and to solve the problem in various sectors of economy, the problems being faced by the farmers, the artisans, the education campus, fintech sector, health tech, doctors, and in times to come, it's an opportunity to create a lot of technology product, a lot of software product, and convert India as a powerhouse of innovation, powerhouse of startups, so that we in the next another 50 years, India should claim its leadership and become a leader, create a lot of wealth, and solve the problem that India faces today. So I would conclude by saying that the resilience and self-reliance is the buzzword, the mantra for the future of India. And I'm very sure that the stakeholders, the industry leaders, the startup community, the governments at large are actually ready and embracing the technology and working in a collaborative manner to make sure that we achieve the vision that is being led by the governments at large and to solve the problems of our countrymen. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. And it was a thoughtful address, as always, optimistic, promising, forward-looking, and we look forward to your guidance in making the Jaipur a fintech hub, as you mentioned, and various other tech sectors that you mentioned. Today, later during the day, we are doing a session on how to make Rajasthan a crafts capital using technology. So we look forward to your continuous support and guidance. And with this, I would now like to invite Mr. Bimal Patwari, who is a member of our FICCI Rajasthan State Council, Subcommittee on ITeS, and CEO of Pinnacle Infotech. He is also a first-generation entrepreneur and is acknowledged global leader in providing innovative BIM-based engineering and architectural solutions with over 20 centers in India, USA, Dubai, London, Zurich, and Italy. He has done his engineering from IIT and MBA from IIM Lucknow, where he was awarded Director's Gold Medal for Academic Excellence. And I don't know, many of us may be knowing that a company located in Mahindra World City, Jaipur, is designing the FIFA World Cup football stadiums and the airports in Dubai and doing a commendable job. So, with this, I request Mr. Patwari for his remarks. Over to you. Please unmute yourself. You are on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Atul Sharma. Good morning, my dear distinguished panelists and all the audience, members of audience. At the outset, I would like to sincerely thank FICCI for taking this leadership and organizing the 5th edition of Digital Rajasthan Conclave on such a relevant topic. It is really my privilege to offer the concluding remarks of the inaugural session. I must say today, ma'am Mugdha Sinha, the childlike excitement that I saw on her face of implementing technology and bringing disruption in the department and in the state of Rajasthan, ma'am, it was very heartening. We always think that government is slow in adopting technology. They have so many constraints. It's not that they don't want, but there are definitely a lot of constraints they have. Unlike private sector, where we can do whatever we want in the company, we can implement any change in the company. But today I was really impressed when I heard ma'am, I heard Mr. Pednekar and Dr. Omkar Roy. It really, as an Indian, it makes me proud that we have really adopted technology. The kind of things they mentioned today in their address was really heartwarming. 22 years back when I went to US, I saw on the toll plaza, 22 years back, it was totally manless. You could just throw the coins and there was a coin collector and the vehicle moves away. It doesn't even have to stop. Last 10 years, we are seeing that the toll plaza, the vehicles can move at the speed of 60 kilometers per hour. You don't have to stop even 80 kilometers per hour. And there is nobody to man those toll plazas. So the unfortunate part is that in our country, as all the speakers said, it took COVID crisis to bring this technology in the forefront. Like this year, I know it got implemented even before the COVID, but the usage of these easy pass was so poor. I mean, I still remember waiting at 30 minutes, 45 minutes at the toll plazas just to cross the toll plaza. Imagine what kind of productivity loss we were doing by making hundreds of people stand still idle, doing nothing, waiting at the toll plaza. But nevertheless, if COVID crisis brings that change and takes our country closer to the developed economies, I'm happy that this crisis at least has been a boon to our country. From what Mr. Dungarpur rightly said, the resilience is part of Rajasthani culture and ethos. If you turn the pages of history, Rajasthan and India, we have faced every crisis and we have come stronger from them. And today's deliberations really showed, that how it has been done. Mr. Somesh Gupta, he talked about how technology is disrupting every aspect of our life and ecosystem. Every sector of economy, manufacturing, transportation, health, education, banking. Forget 10 years. If you look at just the last 7 months and see the changes that have come in these sectors, it is amazing. It is mind-boggling. As Mr. Dungarpur said, that every crisis creates opportunities and we need to rise to this occasion. So we have to take this crisis in positivity because we could not have done anything. There's no point in shedding tears on this crisis. Let's take advantage. Let's see where we were behind and what are the doors. Beautiful slide, how the crisis is opening the doors of opportunities. And that reminds me of the Darwin's theory of evolution, that, the survival of the fittest. You see, we, in our country, we have protectionism, which is good and bad for the society because we are protecting inefficiencies also. Of course, we are protecting our people from, we have our unique problems. But then there is a time when, today the world has become a global village. You cannot have any more protections in the society. So I think the deliberations were very nice. Mr. Chenoy, he explained that how this COVID has presented the various advantages. He talked about government, industry, society, individuals, all the stakeholders. We need to come together. And he talked about the benchmarks and the reviews that needs to take place. We need to set up objectives. We cannot just move blindly, but we need to set up our objectives, that what is my objective, what is my end goal of doing all these things. Mr. Pednekar, hats off for what you told us about how you have implemented technology in RIICO. And I remember, in RIICO, when I went 20 years back, I was too impressed. And in 2017, we opened our Jaipur center. Although we are 25 years old, but we went to Jaipur only 4 years back. And today I'm proud to say that by next year, it will be our largest center in India. This is the resilience of Rajasthan. This is the enthusiasm of the young kids in Rajasthan. I'm super impressed the way we have grown. I never anticipated that this would become the engineering hub of our company, of our global delivery center. So, Mr. Pednekar, I was really impressed about the balance sheet of the crisis you talked about, the costs and the benefits that it has brought. We need to make a balance sheet, each one of us, whether we are in government sector or corporate sector or NGO, the adoption of virtual conferences that you talked about. And I know this will become now near normal. This is not that once the COVID is gone, everything will go back to 2019. I'm sure there are a lot of permanent changes that is happening in our way of working, and that is going to be there. The e-auction that you talked about, the speed and transparency, this is the most important aspect of the technology. Speed and transparency. I'll give you just example. I know I'm crossing my time, Atul sir, but I just, I'm so, today, I attend so many conferences and speak, but today I was really, very touched by the deliberations. You see, I'll give you just an example of traffic lights. We now have cameras all over Jaipur and in many parts of the state. Now, if we put the cameras on the traffic intersections, and today the technology allows you to capture every traffic violation, every speeding, faceless. So it does not depend whether you are a very high up son or you are a very influential person. Camera does not recognize that. It recognizes the the traffic violation. Immediately, they take a picture, they take a photograph, they take a video, and from the number plate, the fine goes to your mailbox or your home address with the proof. Now you cannot even deny it, and it doesn't cost you anything. So if we can implement these things very quickly, which is being there in every other developed country, I hope we are able to implement more of these technologies in our country, and this will really bring speed, transparency. It will really bring development all around in the country. It will bring discipline in the country, and so there were so many. There is not much time, so I would like to conclude here. Dr. Rai, he talked about the various initiatives they have taken. Being an STPI unit also, I have seen personally the initiative the STPI has taken. So I really commend everybody that as a country, we have come here in this year of crisis. We have really used this crisis to open up so many opportunities. And thanks, FICCI, for organizing this. I really wish it a very successful conclave today. I know there are some great speakers after this. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Patwari. And in fact, you have not come to Jaipur for quite some time now, I think, because a lot of things you mentioned are already in place here. So next time you on JLNR, you will get a fine. With this, we come to close of inaugural session of Digital Rajasthan Conclave. And I thank all the distinguished speakers, especially Dr. Rai, Mr. Pednekar, Mr. Sinha, Mr. Chenoy, Mr. Dungarpur, all the distinguished speakers. And now we move to a next session, that is accelerating resilience through digitalization. And the inaugural session speakers may log off now. And the session is chaired by Dr. Ajay Data, who is co-chairman of FICCI National ICT Committee, he is chairman of Rajasthan Subcommittee on Entrepreneurship, and he is founder and CEO of Data Engineers Global Limited. In fact, after making a modest start in 1999 as Rajasthan's first ISP, the company has rapidly expanded in line of business in the area of e-governance, software products, turnkey IT product solutions, and mobile technologies. And recently, Data Exchange Technologies got global recognition for bringing in first of its kind IT and email supporting email addresses in Hindi, Gujarati, Tamil, Arabic, and Cyrillic, along with 15 more regional languages. He also became the first Indian to be nominated for CCNSO Council of ICANN, where 170 countries are members, and he was also the first Indian to become the chairman of Universal Acceptance Steering Group, having 450 plus members globally. Dr. Data is managing director of Data Group of Interest with interest in medical oil, agriculture, and technology. And in fact, he and his company has done a commendable work during the COVID crisis also in facilitating the e-pass system for travel of people. And with this, I hand over the session to you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone, for joining in. Before we start, Atul, your voice was cracking somehow, even in the previous session and in this. So somehow this is okay because you were talking about me, so I could understand what you were talking. But this was cracking, so maybe you need to set up.
But now it's over to you. Your voice is clear. Please go.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining this session with a topic on accelerating resilience through digitization. And I have panelists here with esteemed guests who have varied background. And before I speak, let me just welcome everyone. Dr. Lavnish Channa, Vice President, Government Affairs, SAP India. He is responsible for driving the public policy and thought leadership engagement for SAP with government and other stakeholders. Mr. Angira Agarwal, Senior Vice President, Enterprise, North and East India Cluster, Vodafone Idea. Mr. Angira Agarwal manages the business operations and P&L for the enterprise business across the complete enterprise solution portfolio. Next is Mr. Ravindra Pal Singh, CEO and MD, Mercado RHA Technologies Private Limited. He is a senior technology business leader, consultant, and evangelist in digital transformational, IoT, AI, ML, and smart connected economics. 25 years experience he bring in, worth listening. Rahul Tyagi, co-founder Lucidius. He is a co-founder of Lucidius, an enterprise for cybersecurity, risk qualification, performance company. As a master's in computer application, he co-founded in 2012 and I incubated from IIT Bombay. Mr. Amit Pao, co-founder Ampua. Mr. Amit is a seasoned technology, media, and telecommunication executive with 20 years of experience. He has also held roles in major international companies, including as Global MD of Vodafone's Fortune 500 business unit and serving on board of Vodafone Spain. Mr. Abhinav Agrawal, founder SwiftLearn. Mr. Abhinav Agrawal is the founder of CEO of SwiftLearn. He is an electrical engineer from IIT Bombay. He has also held positions as project lead, CM GGA, CM Office Haryana, co-founder and CEO Dormant and ex-McKinsey and Company. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, audience, for joining in. And as the topic suggests, I will not be speaking much. I will just set the context and let the things go. We talk about the power of technology. We talk about disruption, remote working, safeguarding. All the verticals get under this. And of course, this post-COVID, the things may be hybrid, different, new normals, all those things. But while we got into the COVID, for sure, almost everybody was forced to understand the power of technology, adopt some bit of digitization. Some of the teachers and doctors I have come across said that what technology we have learned in last 6 months, we have not learned in last 40 years, since whatever his age is. So you could imagine that in 6 months and the entire life have been equated and rather more because the situations forced us. And everybody is going that. So post-COVID, I believe that no matter which sector you are in, technology or digitization, we are going to have a huge movement of demand, supply, and disruption in almost every sector we can think of. There is a word called responsible. And I want to bring another topic. Whenever we get time in this session, we will discuss about monopolies around antitrust, anti-dependencies. All those things also hamper and may hamper everything. So if you are building an AI, what is the framework? Which technology we are using here? On which company we are depending on? And what if that framework is not available? Then where the technologies move, where the companies move, where the directions will move? All those things will come into discussions. And it is not very, it is scary at the same time, because when you depend on one technology too much, and take an example of Android, for example, take an example of iOS, for example, as iPhone. If you have these two operating systems which run the whole world, how about one company, because of whatever region, country level issues, policy level issues, whatever region the OS is not available, what about your dependency of the entire technology investment you have done in last 10 years? All those things are going into action. 3D printing, AI, AR, ML are going to impact our life, no matter we like it or not. This is going to be a very, very transformational time we are into and we are getting into. If you see how one technology, which is internet, has entered into everybody's life, we are empowering every single person on the earth at this time, reaching to the fastest possible way. And with the 5G coming in, trying to enter into our gates, you could imagine 1 gigabyte speed on every device. You can imagine that you can download the entire Netflix movie in matter of less than a minute, and you have that entire high definition movie on your iPad or a phone in less than a minute, and you can just watch it at your convenience. All those things are going to be very, very transformational in every aspect what we do and what we are trying to do. Safeguarding is also going to be very important. So I want to get a quote with my yesterday's talk with Mr. Pai, that we are obviously protected on our boundaries by our army, whether it is on land, water, and air, we have the forces. What about the digital boundaries? How about we are securing the nation? How about we are securing people from they are not getting attacked and they do not become the hub? They means their computers, their devices do not become the hub. We are going to be an IoT country. We are going to have millions of devices. As Mr. Patwari was saying, we have mobile cameras on the road. How about somebody else is controlling that camera? And you have no control over, and these are sending the feed to somebody who can just misuse the transport in different fashion, or provide a different feed to the police, and you may have everything wrong going on here. All those things are next steps which we have to also parallelly decide. So when we talk about digital, we should also talk about security. Digital India, Secured India, Digital Rajasthan, Secured Rajasthan is a parallel activity which should go forward. With these statements, I would like to bring in the first speaker, Dr. Lavnish Channa, Vice President, Government Affairs. Over to you, Lavnish. We are all ears to listen to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. If I can share my presentation. Can you see this?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
So the topic that has been given to me is Industry 4.0 with specific reference to the small and medium enterprises. So as SAP, we call our strategy as Industry 4.0 strategy as Industry 4.0. That is, the time is now for Industry 4.0. Now, what I wanted to do in the next 10 minutes that have been those have been given to me is to highlight probably what can be done for SMEs to catch up the race of Industry 4.0, and why do we need technology in SMEs is all clear to us. If you look at the national level, we have 63 million SMEs in the country, and they're generating something like 11 crore jobs. So from a contribution perspective, obviously one sector which will form the basis of growth going forward is the small and medium enterprises. That's from the overall national perspective. And if I speak from an industry perspective, the same thing applies. SMEs would form, at least for the digital industry, would form a major chunk of the market going forward, because the absorption and the growth that we see in this sector would be far higher. At the same time, this is also a known fact to all of us that the SMEs, particularly our Indian SMEs, are largely traditional. If you see the RBI report, on SMEs, it clearly highlights that lack of expertise on the part of SMEs to absorb technology is a major cause of concern when it comes to bringing digital transformation and SMEs, and more importantly, for large corporations, the digital journey actually helps in larger digital transformation. Earlier it was digital optimization. Today we are talking about digital transformation. For SMEs, it has a twofold advantage. One, SMEs can become users of these technologies, and SMEs can also become producers of innovative technology in terms of a new market entry, in terms of a new market potential. There is a huge market that we look at. So Industry 4.0 journey per se, what started in 2011 as an academic subject in terms of the fourth industrial revolution or Industry 4.0 has now come to a stage where we're talking about open industry alliances, wherein industry is coming forward. In Germany, we have structures like Platform for Industry 4.0, wherein government, academia, research, trade unions, the SME representation are all coming together to identify what could be the areas of interest that we should strategically address and hence take the journey forward. So we have come from come a long way from industry, and different countries call it differently. So there are different names. Somewhere like in Japan, they have a holistic picture called in Society 5.0. So that way, and parallelly in India, if we see the whole policy development around the technology space. And that is a very, very interesting development that's happening in terms of the recognition of data as probably a source of competitive power. And from that process, the global villages and the globalization, the inside out approach that we had to actually ensure that we have a global market is actually kind of reversing the trend into coming into how do I hold this data and how do I manage this data as a source to harness my competitive power and hence the strength. So that is and we have seen a number of enabling policies that have come. We have seen the drones policy. We are now seeing the personal data protection regulations that are coming up. States are coming out with the data center policies, or states are coming out with artificial intelligence policies. So that's something that's very encouraging. The point that I'm trying to raise as the context setting is, we have now got the foundation kind of getting ready, and pandemic actually put it to a larger pedestal in terms of increasing it. Now, when we talk of so we all of us we will understand today that digital consumers are becoming a reality today. We are moving away from a digital society to a digitally intelligent society. When I say digitally intelligent society, the major component is a machine is becoming my coworker. That is something that's actually reshaping the very business model that we are doing. We have been talking so far about digital optimization, and which is no longer the digital transformation. Applying digital leads to optimization is something that goes without saying. And what we were generating in terms of efficiency gains of how is leading to why am I doing this in terms of creating a whole new experience for the end consumer. And that's where a larger opportunity exists. The very, very classical example of hiring an app-based taxi is changing the experience, and hence without owning assets, there are new models of companies which are evolving. And most importantly is the last part, that's that from processes consuming data, we are now coming to a stage where data is defining processes. That's something that's a big shift that we see going forward. And when we talk of Industry 4.0, there are four broad components. One is obviously the products. Second, my factories. Third, my assets, and fourth, my people. Now, so once Industry 4.0 will typically require a focus on all these four in a holistic manner. That is, I create intelligent products. I come out with intelligent factories, which are agile, intelligent assets, and empower my people to actually start. Now, the question is then, how do I do that? So broadly, if I look at a strategic perspective, there are three broad areas. One, I need to invest in my technological capability development, and that's where you see many places are now going for government industry joint strategic planning. Just last week, the Central Ministry for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises announced a task force on Industry 4.0 for MSME. That's where the shift is now moving. There is a gradual understanding that SMEs need technological capability development, and how do we take forward is what we are debating. Each individual companies would now get onto this journey called Industry 4.0, and hence transformation will happen. Most important, that based on our experience in engaging with SMEs, is how do I equip workforce with Industry 4.0 capability. That is something. And when I say SMEs, there are four broad areas that one can talk of the challenges or the issues or the points for SMEs. One obviously is the whole awareness about technology solutions. So SMEs need to be made aware. Second is the whole challenge and whole point of making low cost technology solutions accessible to SMEs. That is making SMEs access low cost technology solutions. Third, moment I provide SMEs a global market access, there is a pull-based demand that will get generated, and I will be entering into a forced adoption of digital because I'll be addressing what's in it for me. So and fifth, even if I create the technology ecosystem for SMEs, what I need is a talent pool, a workforce skilling, otherwise, which will be specifically required to address SMEs, in terms of giving. So from a strategic level, for Industry 4.0 to become a reality, the foremost challenge that we need to address in India are broadly three-four. The foremost points or areas of focus that we need to address in a state like Rajasthan or at a national level is one, the whole connectivity and infrastructure that is getting clusters to actually have connectivity. Second, creating enabling policies on enabling technologies like IoT, cloud, and analytics. And then we need to create for the SMEs, the awareness on cybersecurity. The whole issue of job losses, job thing is work organization and redesign. Skilling. When we partnered as SAP with the Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, we focused on two issues. One, how do I create a talent pool for SMEs on enterprise software? Second, how do I ensure a low-cost technology solution, is available to SMEs, and that's what will actually enable the push. And we are already seeing some movement around the regulatory environment. Now, the program that as SAP we launched to facilitate is called the Global Bharat program, and those SMEs who are on the program, there is a community that we have created, and this has three broad pillars. One, moment I ensure technology-based global market access to SMEs, that has a pull-based demand, and that is what as a part of the program we are facilitating. Second, development of talent, and third, offering accessible products. The moment I do this, my journey to Industry 4.0, whatever level I am, will actually move to the next step. So that's in a nutshell what I wanted to highlight in terms of the areas that if we address to actually move towards the SMEs, the contribution to the larger socio-economic and the larger agenda of digitization as a means to progress can actually be addressed. Thank you very much for your time, and happy to address any questions once the session is over. Thank you so much.
Are we going to take questions now or later, Atul?
We can take them in the end after all the speakers.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Lavnesh. Wonderful presentation. Well explained. Lots of things. May I invite Mr. Angira if your audio is sorted now from Vodafone Idea?
I'm going to test it now. Thanks, Ajay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Perfectly. You can go ahead. Thank you.
But I don't think any of you can see me, unfortunately. The video is acting up now. So, and that's one of the challenges of technology, right? While our lives are extremely dependent on it, it sometimes does let us down, right? And that's what we need to get used to, right?
That's fine.
But
I can hear you loud and clear. You can go ahead, Angira. That's fine.
Okay, great. So let me first get started. First of all, thank you very much. Rahul specifically has been coordinating, but thanks very much for this opportunity to address the FICCI members today afternoon. And I'm actually, Rajasthan today is the largest state in India, right? When I was growing up, I was told that Madhya Pradesh was the largest state, but that got split across, and therefore today Rajasthan is the largest state that exists in the country, right? We don't realize it. It was a quiz question that I had a few weeks back, And we didn't realize that the length and breadth of Rajasthan today is extensive. I had the opportunity to drive from Delhi to Baroda on a personal trip a few weeks back during the lockdown. And I realized how long and wide the state is. But the thing that really amazed me about the state is the fantastic infrastructure that exists. Infrastructure, not only in terms of the road infrastructure, but also in terms of the electricity, in terms of facilities to stay at, and so on and so forth. The other thing that also amazed me about Rajasthan, and this is a discovery process, is the fact that all along, and I was traveling on the highway, NH8, all along, there were enough number of SMEs that were seen as we were driving along. And that's a demonstration of how the state has grown and the importance that it plays in the economy, overall economy of the country. Right? So I'll quickly come to the point. Ajay, you and Lavnish, you covered some of the points. The reality is that today, the lockdown has accelerated digital adoption. A lot of things that we are doing today, including the fact that we are doing this discussion online, we wouldn't really have envisaged that in February or even in March when the pandemic really hit India and the lockdown started. It's only now that we've gotten used to operating in a certain way. Rahul, are you going to share the PPT or am I going to share it?
Yes, I'll share your PPT. Since your video is not coming, I think it will cover. I'm just going to send you PPT.
Okay.
I'm sharing.
Okay, great. That will be really helpful. So this is about Vodafone Idea. The brand is now called Vi, and I'm part of the enterprise division, which is now Vi Business. Now, this is something, the slide that we are sharing right now, this is something that you would all be aware of, right? When the pandemic started, every organization was focused on survival, right? Today, it's about how do we move forward to the next 3 phases, which is we return back to business. We restart some of the elements that we had stopped or suspended during the really extreme phases of the lockdown. And then how do we rebuild our business moving on from there? Right? These are 3 phases, and the resilience and resurgence that needs to emerge is dependent on 3 key elements, right? And I'll touch upon these 3 key elements in my subsequent slide. But fundamentally, any organization, Rahul, if you could move to the next slide, any organization, when you look at it today, has 3 core elements. There's the customer. Every organization's goal is to serve the customer. It's the employees, the workplace, the place that they work from, and it's the overall business operations that exist in the organization. These are the 3 core pillars that define any organization today, be it a small organization with 20 employees or be it a large organization with 10,000 employees. Every organization has these 3 elements. When we talk about customer, there are multiple elements that matter, but it's about customers having access to the expertise that is available from the organization. It's about building up anytime, anywhere access for customers. It's about being able to build smarter retail, which is more contactless. It's about self-service. It's about personalization that needs to be driven for every customer that the organization is engaged with. When we talk about a workplace, that's changed dramatically. Again, in the last 6 months, all of us are now used to very easily working from home. All of us are very used to now being able to use collaboration tools like, Google Meet or Microsoft Teams or Zoom. In fact, those have become part of our normal lingo today. We are able to access information anyway. In fact, a lot of people are now complaining about the fact that the boundaries between work and personal life have completely gotten blurred. One has no idea when the day starts. One has no idea when the day ends. There is no concept of a weekend any longer, right? Employees are now extremely focused on smart buildings. I was talking to a customer in Bangalore earlier today, and he spoke about how they have built end-to-end smart buildings. There are automatic sensors that trigger if someone's temperature is above a certain threshold. There is random testing that happens. There is complete contactless entry. Login is through the app, so on and so forth. And a lot of people, the industry 4.0 that Lavneesh touched upon, a lot of people are now part of the gig economy, right? They're working from anywhere. They are being contracted to work at multiple points of time. The third piece is the business piece. And while I've touched upon some of them, the most critical piece for any business today is to be able to build the efficiencies that will allow the business to operate profitably. That's a core area that matters. And to be then able to deliver services either to the employees and through their employees or systems to the end customers across all of these elements. Rahul, if you could help me with the next slide, please. Right. There are three main pillars that exist in any country, which is the government and the large enterprises and the small enterprise. I'll quickly touch upon government, large enterprise, and small enterprise. What Vodafone Idea, what we business has been doing, has been working very, very closely with multiple initiatives that have been driven across the country, right? We've been working in terms of how do we provide various solutions where there could be food distribution programs that could be done. People could take advantage of those through various solutions. We've been looking at healthcare. We've been looking at how telemedicine could be provided to people across the length and breadth of the country. Education has become extremely important. The fact that so many government schools have shut down and are not able to operate implies that a lot of children who are going to those schools will get impacted. Their education for this year will get impacted. How is it that the education can still continue, if not at the school level, at least at the university level, right? And power distribution. It's extremely difficult to get an employee to go to home by home and measure the electricity reading. ESL, for example, we worked very closely with them, where we are able to measure the electricity meters remotely using IoT solutions and ensure that we're able to drive this forward. There are multiple other things we've done in terms of, let's say, feeding the migrant labor. How is it that there are toll-free services available from them? How is it that they can, through a simple SMS, most people today have access to a phone, if not a smartphone, a basic phone. So can we leverage that tool in their hands to be able to get them to send out an SMS and reach out to the services that they could then get access to, right? So these are some of the things we've been doing with a government perspective. Rahul, if you could please move on to the next slide.
Platform or YouTube.
Rahul, hi, could you move on to the next slide, please? Thanks. The other piece that is very critical when enterprises are looking at digital transformation. Now, everyone speaks about digital transformation, and it means different things to different organizations. It means different things to different industries. What we are talking about here is the fact that we can help organizations, and this is something that we've done, build customer centricity and business efficiencies through various solutions that can be deployed in an OpEx model. We can ensure that their employees, whether they're customer facing or internal, have access to the organization's data, no matter where they are on their mobile devices. But most importantly, we can ensure that this data is accessible across different throughputs, across different bandwidths that are available, but is also completely secure. And that's a piece that also is a flag off in a lot of enterprises when they're looking at providing access to data to their employees. Right. Rahul, if you could move on to the next slide, please. Lavneesh and Ajay spoke about SMEs. I think the huge opportunity exists in SMEs. A lot of these SMEs that logos that we are sharing here, Oyo, Byju's, for example, started out as small organizations. And today they're unicorns. They're worth over $1 billion in the country. They're amongst the top 20, 30 unicorns that exist in the country. However, for SMBs, the most critical piece is how do you ensure that employees are productive and you are able to acquire and service customers. For a lot of SMEs, while they are encouraging their employees to come to the office, the fear of cross-infection always exists. And therefore, a lot of SMEs are looking at various solutions, various tools that can help drive the business forward. We've seen that happen across the organizations we work with, across SMEs we work with. And a lot of them have, fortunately, not necessarily have had to force their employees to come to the office, but have been able to work remotely using multiple solutions that we've been able to provide that work across. When we look at customer, what have they been able to adopt? They've been able to adopt various contactless services. Can they service a customer without actually getting in physical contact with them? Let's say retail stores, let's say hospitality industry, let's say manufacturing industry. And a lot of SMBs have realized that today, if they need to service their customers, and if they go online, they actually can service customers anywhere in the world. They are not restricted to the geographical boundaries that they can cover. The world actually becomes a stage for them. And a lot of SMBs have started going digital, have started creating an online presence with some of the tools that we've been able to provide to them. And that's something that's been a dramatic shift. Rahul, if you could please help me by moving to the next slide. What I thought was, rather than spend too much more time, I would just talk about a few case studies, a few use cases where we've been able to provide such solutions to organizations. One of the things that a lot of organizations are looking for is how do they engage with the customers more effectively. We were able to do that for Cosmic Information and Technology. They are a digital marketing and tele-advertising firm. We were able to provide them toll-free services as well as lease line solutions that could ensure that all their operations were up and running and that they were connected to their customers at all points of time. That really made an impact to the way they were engaging with customers. Rahul, next slide, please. A hospital, healthcare is extremely critical right now, but it's also very critical that they run efficiently across multiple locations they are operating in. And Dason Hospital in the eastern part of the country is one such example where we were able to provide a solution so that they could drive inter-office communications. They were able to offer telemedicine solutions, and therefore they were able to service a larger base of patients, irrespective of where the patient was. And also at the same time, keep their costs at an optimal minimum. Right. Rahul, the next slide, please. Jugnu, everyone's seen Jugnu. It's an auto rickshaw aggregator. Again, they needed to be able to engage and connect their customers and their driver partners. The V Business solutions help them connect all of these together and also ensure that both their key stakeholders, their customers as well as their auto drivers, were safe at all points of time. And while doing this, communication being key, they were able to reduce their communication costs by at least 20%. That's something that V Business could do for them. Rahul, the next slide, please. Miraj Cinemas, Rajasthan entity, they've been growing really fast and they wanted to facilitate online bookings. Fortunately, we rolled out this solution for them before the lockdown started. Cinema halls are now looking at opening up 50% audience, but they're still starting to look at opening up. And this is a fantastic tool that they are leveraging and they're excited about leveraging as they start coming out of the pandemic. The next one, please, Rahul. Zomato, a lot of us have survived on Zomato during the lockdown. We haven't been able to go out to restaurants, but ordering food in is something that we have been able to use to be able to get at least some of the food that we wanted to have during the lockdown. What we have been able to do with them is provide a customized mobility solution that is helping them process orders, scale up as the requirements are scaled up or scaled down, and ensure that the orders are processed more smoothly. Rahul, the next one, please. To summarize, I know I may have gone a couple of minutes over time, but, and Lavnish touched upon it, there's no better time than right now. The future that we thought was a couple of years away has actually come in right now. Customers have gotten used to self-service. Customers have gotten used to operating contactless. The customers that used to say we're going to make a check payment have started making payments online. The workplaces have changed, right? Almost all employees are now extremely comfortable working from home, working from coffee shops, working from wherever they are. I know people who went on a holiday to Himachal Pradesh and they've been there for a month and they're still connected, still working and still delivering on the job they were supposed to deliver on. And businesses. Today, it's extremely critical for businesses to become more efficient, to be ready for the future, which is now. And that's what we do. That's it. Dhanyavad, everyone.
Great, India. As you rightly said, that every place is like a working place. Made the bedroom, made the drawing room, made whatever people have been using every place. And I have weird stories which I can share at appropriate time, which our employees have been using as a place to work. Great, Angira. Thank you very much for putting in your thoughts and setting the context right. I would invite Mr. Ravindra Pal Singh, CEO and MD, Marcado RIICO Technologies, to talk about transforming organizations through digital disruption. Over to you, Ravindra. Thank you.
Thanks, Lavnish, and a very good morning, or rather afternoon. Let me just set my time first for 10 minutes. I don't want to breeze that. Okay, so since we are talking about digital disruption, and right now we are in third wave of digital disruption, let's look at how organizations are being impacted and what is being transformed in organizations, whether small or big, which is making them to cope up with whatever is happening around us and to take a leap into future. Now, some years back, I should rather say just even 7-8 years back, there were few organizations who had this kind of mentality. And I have been actually engaged with a lot of these initiatives for the last 14-15 years, both in India, Asia, and Middle East. And many organizations actually failed to believe that something is coming. Now, COVID was totally an unknown thing, but before COVID, when we were talking about disruption, many organizations believed that this is something which may not impact us. But later, everybody felt that there is no vertical, no industry, or no organization which can escape this. And COVID actually made it even better, the word I'm using, to make them fully understand and accept a reality that this is happening all around us, and we have to look at this. Now, is technology creating disruption? Well, technology is an enabler, but it's not only the technology which is making organizations change, because it's not Uber which is killing taxi business. It is the behavior and the fair control and access of taxis to consumers which is making that change. Similarly, it's not the hotel industry which is creating that impact. It is that experience what a guest wants, and if technology is helping him get that experience so that I can book any room of my choice, of my budget, of my features within my range, something like that. And those experiences are making that change happening, and that disruption is there. Now, disruption continues. It's not something which is just one time and it just stops. We are seeing disruption happening right now, right, left, everywhere. Last 6 months, this has even aggravated and even catalyzed the importance of digital transformation. We have seen 1.6 billion students affected by COVID, but a majority of them still are able to take their classes thanks to technology. We are seeing cities now being transformed by blockchain. We have this report talking about $1 trillion of digital payments happening in India by 2023. And that has catalyzed in the last 6 months a lot. We all know because nobody wants to touch the notes, right? And finally, companies are also changing the mindset when they're hiring, when they're taking new workforce. No longer Google, Apple, they already announced that they're no longer looking at degrees. What they are looking at is the skill and a person's emotion as well as his passion towards creating something. One thing which is actually catalyzing this whole digital adoption by organizations is the time cycle. In the first wave of digital disruption, when computerization hit us, it took around 10 to 15 years for that to become a mass technology and enter our homes. But in digital disruption phase 2, when mobility and internet hit us, it was a matter of a couple of months. But now, when we are talking about AI, blockchain, drones, etc., the third wave of digital disruption, the time taken to adopt has actually gone into days and in some cases hours. Last 6 months, many schools actually were able to go online within a click of a button. 2 years back, couple of years back, I was part of a survey done in India. We did one survey in 2016 and then one survey in 2018, which was done by Dell Technologies. And within that 2 years, a shift what we saw here, 2x growth in digital adoption. In 2016, around 15% of organizations were digital laggards. I mean, they were thinking, well, it's not for me. Let me not worry. But by 2018, that number had reduced to just 1%. And I'm sure last 6 months, this now 1% would have become zero. There's hardly any organization today who is saying, I'm not going to adopt digital. Now, Corona made it even faster. I think that's something I should call a positive effect of Corona, that people and organizations who were not understanding the true vision of adopting digital and what this can do for them, Corona made it possible. After Corona, people have started realizing, where do we go? And one thing which has become a norm is technology and digital. It's an opportunity in the mid of this whole pandemic and difficulty what organizations are facing today. Digital is the new normal. And I don't think anyone here can actually question that or doubt that. Digital is going to survive and make us survive in the next transformation of this world, which is happening right now. And when we talk of digital disruption, especially in the third wave, we're looking at 4 A's which are going to change every organization: automation, analytics, artificial intelligence, augmentation. And pretty much any new technology you take, right from blockchain to robotics to drones, they fall under one of these A buckets. So let's look at how organizations are coping. As organizations are looking at this new normal or new default, as I call it, what is happening is yesterday's best practices are becoming today's shutdown, which means whatever we try to do, like put computers and start MIS a couple of years back, it's not enough. Now we're looking at data analytics, big data, we're looking at transformation at every step. And that is happening in every organization today. One thing which I think all of us has to look at here is that every company is actually becoming a technology company. It's the software which is going to run the future businesses. It's the software which is going to grow future companies. How companies are adopting this new normal? Healthcare. Telehealth is becoming, telehealth and mobile health. I've seen a lot of apps in last 6 months. People do not want to go to hospitals. People do not want to step out of their home, which is good. So at least can I connect to my doctor through my app? Real estate. Now this is changing a lot because people are looking at, okay, why do I need a fixed office when I don't know whether I'm going to office every day or not? You know, so co-working spaces and shared spaces are becoming the new norm in real estate. In financial, we are looking at cryptocurrency playing a big role in time to come, and Government of India has anyway legalized it a couple of months back. And retail stores, everybody has to move online. There's no escape from that. Workforce is being impacted in organizations. Every organization today is taking steps to make sure that people are productive, even if they are working from home. Last 6 months, I think 99% of white-collar jobs were working from home, maybe 100%. But is this going to be a new norm? Absolutely. I've seen organizations like Google announcing that most of their staff is going to work from home in next couple of years. TCS announcing that, and some companies even saying that we're going to make it a new norm. Let people not come to office if they are not required. If they are good. This was actually started 10, 15 years back, I remember, but few companies adopted it, very few companies. But today, it's becoming a new norm, and greater use of self-service and contactless delivery is becoming a new norm for our customer services and customer supporting organizations. But when I say this, that organizations are changing, being impacted, it's not an overnight journey. Digital transformation is not a machine where you just put something and then you get all the new initiatives coming up. It's a journey which we have to take. Some examples, this is one of the examples, not the only example, a 5-stage process where you start with the foundation. Some companies are already there. Some companies have already been siloed, taking a siloed approach. But there are companies who are actually ahead of the curve and actually living the DNA of this digital transformation today. It's not the big fish which eats the small. It's the fast fish, which means speed is a critical component here when it comes to adoption of digital by organizations. Let us think big. Let us not be constricted by our smaller vision. Let's put let's have your vision for next 5 to 6 years or maybe 10 years. Earlier, many companies did not adopt those kind of visions, saying, okay, let me see what others are doing, then I will do it. That time has changed. It's just that we don't have to really think whether we do it. What we have to think is how we do it now. Digital transformation is a journey, and many companies are doing their bit to help organizations. We are also doing our bit. We have created an online digital cloud platform, which we call GoKadhal, which is one of its kind, first cloud where you can come get any digital solution, right from real estate to healthcare to smart cities to blockchain to drone, checked, delivered, or even downloaded, or even go and adopt that digital solution across your organization in any country today. This cloud platform is working on these 4 A's and pretty much having all the new technologies and the new solutions which we are targeting for next many years for organizations to use. We have a strong team of visionaries built in behind this cloud platform, which come from different kind of verticals, different kind of industry background, and many of you might know some of these people here because they are well known in their respective categories, not only in India or globally. So with all this, I am dot on time. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Digital Rajasthan, and we will take questions at the end anyway. Thanks a lot, and have a great session. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Singh. I think Mr. Data is occupied elsewhere.
Okay.
No, I am not occupied anywhere. I was not able to open the WebEx screen. So,
please.
Great. This was a wonderful talk, Mr. Ravinder, and a lot of new things. And great to know that companies in India are working on products and trying to provide solutions around here. Great thing. May I now invite Mr. Rahul Tyagi, co-founder, Lucidius, remote working and security tips for all of us. Mr. Rahul, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Ajay sir, and thank you so much, Rahul, for coordinating. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul, and I'm here to give you some kind of home security tips, or you can say work from home tips. Just let me, in just 1 minute, I hope you can see my screen, guys.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so just a little bit tell you about our organization. I think few days back we just won the award as the best IT security startup of India, and thanks to FICCI, because I think we were engaged in a lot of sessions and other mentors we have. So as an organization, our work is to ensure that overall security of enterprises are up to date, and we have more than 200 clients globally, and with a team of more than 210 people again globally. One thing which which I want to start with, I'm not a very good presentator, but I'm sure I'm a very good demonstrator. So I'll start my conversation with a small demo, where I will show you a little demo. I have a gift for every one of you at the end of the session. Let me start the timer. Now I want you to visualize this screenshot, or you can say a mail which I got from Netflix, and I wanted to give you a little bit of attention. You can see it's a Netflix email which is saying that my company is giving me a 6-month kind of an subscription model, and the condition to get that is to I have to log in with my company email ID. Now, this is a classic example of a new breed of phishing emails which are coming to the organization with respect to the personal interests which are there, especially when the people are work from home. So, like I'll give an example. I think last day I was on a TV channel. We were discussing about even IPS officers who are being tricked and impersonated through their Facebook and social media profiles, and being harassed along with that, being misguided along with their followers. So this is a kind of a problem which used to exist before, but the scale right now where we are standing is we haven't seen it before. And our threat intel team, who works on deep and dark web and see what criminal do and what they're up to, They have incurred more than 6,000 percentage in terms of increase of the new development in terms of designing the new phishing pages, which are really sophisticated and advanced in nature, like bypassing two-factor authentications even. So this is a classic example. Now I want you to imagine that if this email is received by each and every employee of your organization, how many people can actually spot this email that this is a fake mail? It's not an email having a link. It's maybe sent by your friend, so on and so forth. Now this is an email which is received by you. Now I want to show you the dark side of that. What criminal is saying when you will open this email. So this is kind of an application which is used very extensively by the cyber criminals. And nowadays you don't need to really code you by yourself to design these type of phishing pages. It's like a fifth grade kid work. Like you just choose the option and you can make these type of phishing pages. So I'm going to select 8, which is Netflix, and I want to select my IP address here. And I think we are good. Now this is once they will circulate the phishing emails all around the world with respect to the email addresses, which if they have, then I'll give an example now. So if I click here, start your 6-month subscription, you will see they sent me to a Netflix login page. Now, many of you may be considering, okay, there is no HTTPS, there's an IP address, so I can put HTTPS, I can buy a domain with a Netflix HD 1000, something like that. And the problem with that is also that usually you see the emails in your mobile phone, and in mobile phone, nobody bothered to really check the URL which is there. So that's the first learning for us. Whatever the link you're opening through your mobile phone, please ensure that if whatever written in the link, after clicking it, whether it is sending you to that link or not. Though avoid that, but in case you're opening in your mobile phone, please pay attention to the URLs. Now, as I clicked on the email, what criminal is seeing on his screen, and he is seeing on his screen that a person within this IP address has opened that link and he's using a MacBook which is there. Now that's a very extensive information for him to really know that how much worthy the person is. For example, if it is having another company laptop and all, if it is having a normal company, I'm not sure that. So they think that, okay, this person may be using a MacBook Pro, he can be a very valuable target for me. Now, as I'm going to put email and password here, and I can type here, hack me if you can, 123*, and I don't remember it. I want you to pay attention to the URL here. As I'm going to sign in, it will transfer me to the real Netflix, which is there. Now, this time I may be logged in again. I will again log in one more time, but maybe there is a possibility that I will not even bother to check whether in the last login page it was a fake page where I submitted my username and password. And by the way, this was company's username and password because the mail was impersonating that this was sent by your company. Now, what criminal is watching right now on his screen? So you can see here, criminal got my username and criminal got my password, which is there. Now, imagine this mail is sent to your entire employees, and are you how many are really sure that they will not trap for this type of email? So in our cybersecurity, we have a very aggressive code, I call it, but it's a very relevant code that you can patch any technology, but there is no patch of human stupidity. And if I have to rephrase it again, there is no patch of human ignorance, I call it. Even we know we should not click it, but still we do it. That's again a human nature on that part. Now, second thing which I really want to highlight, especially for your kids or your family member, mostly whenever you become a victim of a cybercrime, you do not know where to go. You don't want to go to your police station and nearby you. So this is a website. It's by the government. It's by Government of India, and you just can. The name is cybercrime.gov.in. You can go there and then you can report any kind of cybercrime which is there, and they will align through this website. They will align the local police station, whatever the cyber cell is there, and you can and again you can file a complaint anonymously also, any kind of harassment of cyberbullying kind of stuff, and they really reply you back. So that's a good part which is there. So this is one for you. And because I'm short of time, I just want to quickly jump to this feature. This feature. I hope you're using Gmail as your central email to connect to your LinkedIn, to your social media, Facebook, and so on. One thing you have to do, every email account provide you a facility of two-factor authentication, and majority of people have enabled that also, but they have enabled that two-factor authentication via SMS. Now that's not a right way of doing it. And if you have seen our videos and all, we are pretty much being famous of being showing a live mobile hacking demonstration. But if I have to be real, in case that Android operating system or iPhone is something, again, new iPhone 12 is here, we haven't put our hands on it, but if there is a human error, definitely we can compromise both of the devices, and that's what the criminals are leveraging. So in two-factor authentication, if you put receive OTP as a SMS, if your mobile is hacked, it's very easy to really suck up your SMS and see what is there. And who actually really bother to see the SMS on daily basis? We really ignore it. But if you select an option, so two-factor authentication give you two options to receive the OTP, one by SMS and second by a voice call. So please use that voice call, because SMS you can miss, but call you never miss. Now, if you get a call that your OTP of your email is this, now it is by default ensuring you that your account is safe, but someone knows your password. And I hope that if you're using the same password for all the accounts which are there, then you are into a big trouble, which is there. Now, that is one. And the last thing I want to talk about, in India, like all the speakers said, that we really want to become we are on the very verge of becoming pure digital India. But I think that dream can only be fulfilled in a very, very subtle way if we along with digital India, we make it secure digital India. And from that initiative, I would like you to have this application. This is an application known as Safe Me. This is designed for us. It's absolutely free. We are making it free for all the government employees, all the Indian Army, Indian Police soon. And this is right now in beta stage. I hope you have used Byju's and whatever the other application. This is the Byju's of cybersecurity, where we will teach you how to use WhatsApp securely, how to use even WebEx securely, Zoom securely, your Facebook, Instagram, so on and so forth. And if you see in our traditional culture, if I ask you who taught you how to use smartphone, your answer will be that it comes naturally to me. As per my experience, anything comes naturally to you except enlightenment is a problem. For everything else, you need a kind of a hands-on training on that part. So please use this application. It is having 100 cybersecurity modules, absolutely free, and make sure your kids use that. I'll give you an example. In my organization, when we released it, we have a module, 3-minute videos with the MCQs. If one of the child is saying that I want to use Facebook, my company people say, okay, you use this module, see the video and answer the question. If you score 5 out of 5, then only I will ensure you to use Facebook. Now that's really, if you see from last 5 years, whatever the majority of the hacks from where the people are losing money, it's not the technology hacks. That was a cyber awareness problem in a very root level, especially in the SMB sector, because neither they have that much budget, neither they want to go for a very massive scale of training. And even for the Fortune 500 companies, all the companies who got hacked recently, they were compliant to all the compliances which are there. Their technology stack was pretty much okay, but still there was a human error. And especially we have a classic case of Twitter, which we have seen before. So as an organization, we want to make sure that this is, I think I'm over time for 3 seconds, but I would love to take your reviews on that. And I'm sure that this application will really help India to go to the next level and ensure that our overall cyber security and cyber hygiene is being taken care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. Security is always following the hackers or the troublemakers. We know that, and probably we need to now change the shift that they follow the security companies rather than security companies follow. And because we don't have time to discuss and things, but I want to leave you with a thought here, and maybe you can answer it later. That but this email example, how about stopping that email coming into the system rather than telling the user don't click it? How about stopping a terrorist to enter in, not to enter into the office, rather than then he enters and then we identify he's a terrorist. So just with this thought, I will leave it on you right now. Once we end, maybe if we have time, we will hear your thoughts. And now we have another speaker who is from Ampua Ventures, London, Amit Pau. Over to you, Amit.
Yeah, good afternoon, Digital Rajasthan, FICCI, really, and also distinguished presenters and guests. I will build upon some of the points. Firstly, if we take a step back and rewind in only a matter of months, we all entered this new millennium, 2020, with so much excitement. There was tremendous enthusiasm of how technology is enabling disruption and reinventing business models. I mean, that doesn't feel like 9 months ago. That feels like 9 lifetimes ago as we look into the pandemic. So you may say, why is Amit so optimistic about the future, and in particular the future for digital in India, and how India will be at the heart of the digital economy globally? But let me rewind to a dinner I hosted at the start of the year, and the whole theme was how if you blink, you miss it. Every industry has been disrupted. And when we throw about buzzwords like every industry has been disrupted, let me make it really relevant. I know there was a presenter from Vodafone. I had the privilege of working many years at Vodafone and creating a unit called Vodafone Global Enterprise. And the simple WhatsApp, which I think we all cannot live without WhatsApp, eliminated $120 billion out of the global mobile industry. And that innovation wasn't just the loss of the revenue, but SMS, which it displaced, was the most profitable service that the mobile industry had really ever invented, albeit that invention of SMS was an accident, by the way. So what we would say is that if we do not embrace that innovation, you will actually have your business disrupted and the impact will be huge. The other examples of positive impacts of innovation, Kenya, which used M-Pesa, which again was not necessarily planned to be so successful, now generates over a third of Kenya's GDP. And again, it's the power of digital payments, which previous presenters referred to. And education, which has been a theme, just touch on. A couple of years ago, I was invited to Nigeria by the president there, and I was amazed by how every child in Nigeria has a feature phone, and the school curriculum is on the feature phone, and not just the school curriculum is on the feature phone, but they have access to tutorial through SMS. Now, who is digitally disadvantaged? School children in Nigeria that have the school curriculum, or children in the UK, where over 1 million school children in the UK do not have access to broadband or the school curriculum on their feature phone. I would say that the growth markets, or what the West call the emerging markets, will leapfrog and create a better future. And talking about better future, one of my really favorite examples of a better society is a number of you may wear Fitbit diaper watches or iWatches, etc. But the Fitbit for cows, how technology has helped farmers make sure that they have better yield, that the animals, the livestock are healthier, and reduce the cost of medical and veterinary. So that was where we started the year with tremendous excitement. But actually, when we say if you blink, you miss the disruption, that's really what's happened with the pandemic. Now, the pandemic has changed the outlook. There's very few industries, I would suspect, unless you're in digital entertainment, whether it's the Netflix, the Spotify's, or healthcare, that really has a positive outlook. And, the pandemic, we all talk about the fatalities, but there's going to be the untold count. There's the psychological impact. There's the wider health impact, and there's the economic tsunami that's happened by this, the businesses shutting down locally, regionally, globally. But despite that, you may say, why are we positive about the outlook going forward? And I think what the pandemic has taught the world is that in less than 8 weeks, we've digitized the world, and that normally would have taken us over 10 years. But the reason why we're so focused on digitization in India, one of our portfolio companies, a company called A Cloud, is all focused on micro SMEs. And when we talk about Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0 will not materialize unless we have digital micro SMEs. Why did we focus on those micro SMEs? Because if you listen to every government, they all turn around and say, micro SMEs are the backbone of the global economy. 90% of employment, 40, 50% GDP. Now, why will we have a better future? Because it's going to be those micro SMEs, those honest business people who are the hustlers who will create the economy, will create the excitement, the vibrancy. And not only in creating that better economy, they will create a better future. Our operations are in India, but I look at a number of countries' expansion, and Prime Minister Modi, with his focus on micro SMEs, needs to be commended. Could there be more done? Absolutely, it needs to be done. And if we untap the potential that these micro SMEs provide, we will have not only a better business, but we will have definitely a better society as well. And I think one of the lessons that the pandemic has probably taught us is that we need to not just think about shareholder value, but we need to look at the society impact as well. So there's some tremendous, tremendous opportunities by empowering the growth of micro SMEs. But what are some of the challenges that they face? Financial inclusion. A number of business people and colleagues in India say to me, Amit, you're a bit deluded if you think micro SMEs want to enter the formal economy. Well, the governments and the states will actually accelerate that financial inclusion. Gone will the days where the governments can print money and lend money unless there's proof that that investment by SMEs, large corporates and micro SMEs is going for the right area. And we're partnering with a couple of states which will announce who are using our platform, a cloud, to really drive financial inclusion. The second one is access to customers. How do I trade digitally? And less than 2% of Indian micro SMEs trade digitally. Everybody has to trade digitally now to survive. And that's going to be, how do I access my customers? It's not just buying and selling, but there's the contract aspect as well. And then the third one is really the funding gap. There's a funding gap of 5.2 trillion because micro SMEs struggle to access the capital to invest in their business, to run their business and grow their business. And, we would urge all politicians, all businesses to really support those micro SMEs in addressing these fundamental challenges. Because if we can do that, then we will have a better future. And some of this is really simple things. Paying micro SMEs on time. If we are able to pay micro SMEs on time, GDP will improve by 1%. That's a huge impact on the economy and also the livelihood of businesses. Now, just 30 seconds on A Cloud, which is one of our portfolio companies. One of the colleagues talked about accessing profitability. What we do is empower the growth of micro SMEs. And one of the reasons is that technology now, the unit cost of technology, I can run my business anytime, any place, anywhere. And considering that 92% of Indian micro SMEs are mobile enabled, there's a tremendous foundation for those Indian micro SMEs to compete on a global basis or a regional basis as well. So now the Indian entrepreneur has the ability anytime, any place to provide a quote to a customer. Not only can they provide a quote, they can actually invoice the customer. Not only can they invoice the customer, they can look in real time the impact on the cash flow and receive the digital payments. But I think the things which is important is by using the power of technology, and I use A Cloud as an example, the entrepreneur in real time can see, is this a profitable customer I should go for? And this is where technology will empower the growth of those micro SMEs. What we would say is that, just to wrap up, is that if we empower collectively the growth of micro SMEs, not only will they win, if they win, India wins, society wins, and we've played a part. Now, just to wrap up on the comment the previous presenters talked about, is Digital India. And why will India win? Not only have we had governments, Prime Minister Modi, but previous governments invest in the fundamental infrastructure. So Digital India will transform India's competitiveness for a number of reasons. The identity program that was started by previous governments is going to be the heart. You cannot trade in a digital world unless you have digital identity. India again has led the way. And then I think the final one to wrap up is what Jio has done. Jio has not only disrupted the mobile industry and the communications industry in India, but actually it's disrupted the technology landscape and the battles that are going to be taking place between Amazon, Google, Facebook. And the investment will be coming into India. What we would recommend is please, let's support those micro SMEs, the engine of growth, the backbone of the economy. And if we support them, we all will return to the excitement that we entered into the start of the millennium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amit. And I know you are speaking from London. Must be 7 a.m. It's a exciting morning for all of us. Very early for you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you joining it early in this session. Last speaker is going to speak now, but we have less time. Abhinav Agrawal, founder Swiftlearn. So may I request to sneak some time from you, and we try to listen to you and wrap ups for questions. Abhinav Agrawal, please.
Sure, thank you, sir. I will try to be concise in the spirit of time. Thanks for having me. Just will be a quick introduction. My name is Abhinav, and I am a graduate from IIT Bombay, 2012 in electrical engineering. And after that, I worked in McKinsey for a couple of years. After that, I came back to India, and this is my second company which I am working on. It's called Swiftlearn. We are in online education space. So one of the key aspects which I wanted to discuss about digital education, along with all the other important topics which we have discussed today, is that unlike most of the other industries where technology acts as an enabler and a support mechanism to most of the deliveries, in education, technology is the delivery mechanism. So I will give you an example, right? So when we used to study in our childhood, we used to go to the school, so there was a physical element to it. There was actually a notebook and a pen on which we used to write, to take notes. There we could see the teacher directly in front of us, and even all the exams and test preparations were also at the end of the day were driven by pen and paper. But now, if you think about it, that entire delivery of education, right from consuming that content, listening to a teacher, giving the test, giving my assessments, everything is being taken into a digital setting. So education is one of those very few industries where you can imagine a complete end-to-end 100% digitalization of the service delivery and consumption also. So whether you are a student or a teacher or a parent, you can be 100% be on digital platforms and still be able to deliver and consume the education in a much better and in a much less costly and a more scalable manner. So again, giving an example, if you were to today take test of 100 students in an offline setting, that would mean printing 100 papers, distributing them to all the students, taking their responses and manually going through them, and then giving them numbers back. But if it is done through a digital setting, then it can be easily deployed to more than 100, more than 1,000 students in a single go. They can take it on their smartphones or on their laptops, and you can in a split second tell them what have been their results. So education has tremendous potential when it is being delivered to technology. Just to show some stats, let me, if I just share my screen for just a little bit. Yeah, can you see the screen? So as you can see, education market in itself today is more than $135 billion. It is growing at and this is only in India. This is growing at an exceptional pace of more than 15% CAGR on an annual basis, out of which $750 million is today's the education technology market, which is slated to grow to more than $4 billion by 2025 only. So there is a huge explosion which is happening in the education technology as more and more education shifts to the digital part of it. So when you think about education, what are the different aspects which are there? So the biggest of it is the K-12, which is your grade 1 to 12. Then you have continuous learning, which has come out as a clear segment of education technology. And by continuous learning, you mean that even if you are on a job, even if you are already part of a company, but you are continuously upskilling yourself, maybe in data analysis, coding, graphics designing, product management, digital marketing. Then there are college education, your training of jobs, if you want to shift your categories. Then there is even preschool and early childhood education as well. So digital edtech is consuming and also getting into every aspect of education, whether you are a child of 4-year-old, you are a 4-year child, or you are a 45-year-old professional. EdTech is going to touch your life in a very important and in a very positive manner. And given that obviously the market size is very large, there's a diverse set of plays happening. Of course, there is a lot of players also which are operating here. This is just again to give you a sense of how, and these are only notable players in the market. There can be 1,000 extra, which is there in the segment. But this shows the thriving nature of the industry of edtech which we are in India today. And actually, in education, India is the flag bearer in the entire globe, because fortunately in India, education is considered to be very important right from childhood. All the parents try to focus on the quality and value of education for their children. For most of us, education also has been the only means to climb the social and economic ladder. That is why the sacrosanct of education is much more important in India. And hence, the products and services which are coming out of India in EdTech segment are not only good enough and best for India, but they are one of the best when it comes in the global offering as well. So as you can see, right from K-12 schools, both in terms of B2B, B2C, as well as colleges, preschool, K-12, you have a lot of players. And I see this continuously going in. We are living in very exciting times. Just to give you a sense on what we are doing, we are in K-12 education space, and we are providing online tuition services for the students of grade 3 to 10. And the reason why we are doing it is that we believe that you can create a much better solution in an online setting as compared to a completely offline setting. So we provide the most important thing which we provide is access to the best quality teacher, which is India's top 1% teacher. So we have a huge selection ratio. And then we have a very small class of not more than 6 students, which ensure personal attention on each child and by a specific individual teacher in a face-to-face setting in which we are doing right now. One important aspect which I wanted to cover today was that there is a huge human potential also which we are working on today, which is in form of these teachers. Now, these teachers are either your homemakers or fresh college graduates or women who have not been able to be part of formal workforce because of their household responsibilities. But they are very, very well educated and highly qualified. So we are also trying to provide an opportunity for them to work from home in a safe and comfortable manner, and provide them all the training which they require from our side in terms of product, technology, content, pedagogy, and give them financial support as well as infrastructure support. So we already have more than 400 active teachers who are teaching on our platform, and it's a great source of livelihood for millions of such teachers who are in the country, and they can even start exporting their services, because you can easily export these services to the parents of outside India as well. So it's a huge livelihood opportunity for them as well. Just quickly deep dive here, that what is the role of technology here in education? So there are multiple levers you are solving. First is access. So access to a good quality teacher. Whereas in an offline setting, you would only find a teacher nearby your colony or locality or building. As soon as you bring it on technology, then the distance barrier is totally removed. So you can actually find a teacher potentially in the entire country or entire globe who can be best fit for the learning of your child. So the first problem which you are solving from technology is accessibility. The second is, as I was saying, technology enables you to deploy high quality content and track learning of every child. So the kind of content which we deploy, just to give you a sense, is that we create highly visualized content so that teachers are able to use this for the learning of the child in a better way. Now, these things, what again we try to ensure is that these are completely digital in nature and not physical in nature, so that costs are always controlled. So if you just have a smartphone or a laptop or a tablet, as a child, you can consume all of this with your teacher. And teachers also do not have to spend time creating this themselves, we give it to them. So second part which you are trying to solve is visualization and the content, the pedagogy part of it. The third part which you are trying to solve for technology is the tracking part of it. So what we do is, we divide the entire syllabus into more than 15,000 learning level outcomes and tag them into questions. So whenever a child gives any question and is attending any class, you are able to actually track which learning is child able to absorb and which learning the child is not able to absorb, so that you can create any extra class if it is required. So that is the third problem which you can solve through technology, which is very difficult to do in a manual setting. And then fourthly, you are solving on the other logistical parts of it, which is around doubt solving, around pedagogy and writing practice. So we have now, so we are actually very early in the game. It is actually less than a year since we have started this. But overall, education technology is a very exciting space to be in. And it is one of the highest impact creating spaces, I believe, because you can impact literally more than 250 million children only in India who are from grade 1 to 12. And along with that, if you widen the scope of EdTech, which actually is you also include the college-going students and the professionals also in the continuous learning. Technology adds tremendous value to education, unlike any other industry. It improves scalability, reduces cost, and brings the best quality education for everybody, which was not possible before. Just to give you an example, for example, when we went to IIT, and if somebody else goes to Harvard and Stanford, can you bring those lectures in a live setting to somebody without them even going into the college with high fees? So technology is a real democratization tool when it comes to education. I'm highly excited to be part of an organization like this, and thanks for having me. I'm just cutting down time in the interest of everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abhinav. As I'm told that we don't have online questions, and we would like to move to the next session now. So I will have to propose vote of thanks for every speaker: Dr. Lavnish Channa, Angira Agrawal, Ravindra Pal Singh, Rahul Tyagi, Amit Pau, Abhinav Agrawal. I would have spoken more, but as the time do not permit, I would like to just propose vote of thanks for wonderful session, lot of learning, lot of new ideas and way forward. Thank you very much for joining the session.
Thank you very much, sir. It was great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dilip, for a wonderful moderation as always. And we had some fabulous introductions during this program, and we will definitely take this partnership forward with many of us going forward. Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on to the next panel discussion on leveraging emerging technologies to position Rajasthan as crafts hub of the world. And Mr. Chintan Bakshi, CEO of Startup Oasis, would be moderating this session. Chintan, as many of us know, is the CEO of Startup Oasis and helping build a regional innovation and startup ecosystem in Rajasthan with localized innovation hubs being developed around Jaipur, Udaipur, Jodhpur, and Bikaner. He is an engineer from IIT Delhi and MBA from IIT Mandawa, and a passionate working towards the startup since it was launched with RIICO. Over to you, Mr. Bakshi.
Thank you, Atul. Thanks a lot for the lovely introduction. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah. Audible, visible, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of the FICCI Digital Rajasthan Conclave, perhaps for maybe the fourth or the fifth time in continuation. And Startup Oasis has been a partner since at least the last 3 times, if I remember correctly. So, and thank you very much, all the panelists, for joining in. I'll maybe do a quick round of introduction. But before I do that, I just wanted to maybe spend 2-3 minutes to put into perspective the topic for the discussion. So fundamentally, we are looking at trying to see how emerging technologies could be leveraged to position Rajasthan as the craft hub of the world. So it's a fairly ambitious sort of a topic, but I think the reason why we chose that was of course, because we're talking about digital economy of Rajasthan, so it's contextual. But B also, we wanted to sort of think forward, think rather ambitiously, and try and see what are the 2 or 3 big things that need to happen over the next 3 to 5 years. It's obviously not going to happen anytime soon. But if you take a 3 to 5 year horizon, what are the things that we as an ecosystem, as we as stakeholders, which in some shape or form have been associated with the craft sector, craft industry in Rajasthan, and what are the things that we should start looking at? And this is a great forum. Through the platform of FICCI, we can perhaps take it forward. Get audience of, if required, the government, state government, central government, ministries, etc. So therefore, I think this is a start direction, and there will probably need to be more such discussions as we go forward. So therefore, let's just look at it as an initial start. So I mean, I just had a few data points with me just to set the context. Some of these may be things which we all know, but just to put it into context, so the Indian fashion industry, I was just reading up, is about $80 billion. And the Indian handicrafts production, I think at least a couple of years back, was about $3 billion. And obviously not all of it pertains to fashion. I mean, a lot of it would be sculpture and stuff like that, which may not be necessarily fashion. But, so it would be fair to say that the component of the Indian crafts in the fashion industry is probably not more than 2 to 3%. However, if we look at the focus of the fashion industry as a whole, and even in India, I mean, there's a significant focus and a significant movement towards sustainability, right? I mean, fashion is the second most polluting industry in the world. I think 10% of the global emissions right now are directly attributable to the fashion industry. I mean, indirectly, doesn't include stuff like transportation and all that, but fundamentally your production and materials and all that. So therefore, we know where the thing is, that the evolution needs to be more towards trying to see how Indian handicrafts can get better integrated into the Indian fashion industry, and that's really what we are looking at. So if we want to, let's say, move from the current 2 to 3% to 10%, I just had a few more figures. It essentially needs another $5 billion to be added, or rather sort of transition towards handicrafts from the production, which is fundamentally right now happening through large smoke bellowing factories and non-sustainable production processes. Essentially, if we look at it in startup terms, because this production has to be brought into the markets, into mainstream, it would require technology. It's not going the change is not going to happen simply by shifting consumer focuses, because it requires a different sort of a supply chain. We have internet technologies, we have blockchain and other emerging technologies. So these are the things which are going to enable it, and therefore a startup intervention would be required. My sense is that we may require anywhere between 500 to 1,000 startups over the next 5 years, working across the country, across crafts, across sectors, across geographies, to be able to do it. So the task is cut out in front of us, that together we need to be able to figure out how 500 to 1,000 successful startups. So in order for us to reach there, we would probably have to maybe work with tens of thousands of craft entrepreneurs, because then only we'll have about 1,000 investable craft startups which come into the industry and make that change. So I think I'll stop here. I'll just talk about something about our experiences with the craft sector as startup voices, and what have been some of these experiences, and then maybe we'll move on to the specific issues that we want to tackle as we try to build a scenario of trying to incubate or build these 1,000 startups to position Rajasthan as the craft hub of the world. So we have been doing accelerators for craft startups. We have done 3 accelerators since the last, in the last 3 years, almost continuously every year we've been doing one. We have, incubated, accelerated, invested in some cases about 40 craft-based startups, and I think we have 3 of us represented in the panel, and we are going to hear their experiences, etc. So some of the, one of the key learnings that we have had by working with these 40 startups is that, there are 4 areas of technology interventions that we have been able to identify, which has made some sort of an impact in the sector and has been able to create successful startups. These 4 are as follows. So we have had some startups out of these 40 which have been working on enhancing customer experience. Whether it's providing online catalogs, whether it is enabling body sizing, body modeling, so that customers can sort of customize products, whether it is enabling the customers to get a sense of what the product is, what's the craft is, maybe the story part of it, communication. So, there are a bunch of startups which have been focusing on that, and they have found some success. At the other end, we have seen startups that are working fundamentally to include or enable digital and financial inclusion of artisans. This could be through the means of technology. This could be through the means of financial inclusion, financial technologies, fintech. In some cases, even trying to use some initial modules of blockchain, so that the customer essentially gets a sense of what the craft is, what the product is, where is it coming from, genuineness, etc., etc. Then we have had 2 more other buckets. We have had some successful startups which have innovated on materials. And Umang is there from Khadiji. Maybe she can share some of our experiences. So these are startups that have tried to see if hand woven, hand spinning can be done with not just cotton, but with some integration of other materials to make the fabric and therefore the final product more modern and more acceptable to the consumer. We have had the 4th bucket where startups have looked at design, innovations in design, and we have Desi Hangover here, Abha from Desi Hangover, and they have done a lot of stuff around design, specifically looking at the Kolhapuri chappal and try to create modern sandals, etc. So these are the 4 buckets that we have realized are important areas of intervention when we try and look at incubating, supporting, or successful cases as far as craft startups are concerned. My thought is that let's explore this area further and see what is required to, both at an ecosystem level, at the stakeholder level, at the startup level, from an investor's perspective, what is it that is required, and from an educator's perspective, for all of these things to come together so that we can accelerate the numbers of startups working in these 4 areas, so that we can reach from the current 2% to 10%. That's an arbitrary target that I have good talking point, and we can build our narrative of the panel. And we have some very experienced folks in the panel. We have Mr. Nagaraj Prakasam, fondly called Naga, who is the founder of Native Angel Network, has been a supporter of crafts for quite some time. He's also one of the founders and board members of India Angel Network, with a lot of experience in investing, startups, etc. We have Mr. Mahavir Sharma, who is the global chair at TIE Global, also one of the very active investors in Rajasthan Angel Investors Network. We have Dr. Tulika, the director of Indian Institute of Crafts and Design, one of the few, or perhaps the only design institute focused on crafts. She has a lot of craft experience, both as an academician as well as a practitioner. We have Dr. Shikha Jain. She is the director of DONA and has a lot of heritage experience and a lot of experience on the cultural heritage of Jaipur. As we all know that Jaipur is designated as a UN craft heritage city. One of the only ones in India, and maybe she'll talk more about that. And in addition to that, we have 3 startups, covering more or less some of the areas that I talked about. We have Ms. Abha Agarwal from Desi Hangover. We have Umang from Hadiji, and we have Vijay from Fabric Load. And we will be able to hear them in terms of what they have been doing and the kind of innovation. I welcome you all to this.
Chintan, we've lost you. Maybe you want to switch your video off and just the audio.
Hamidji, you said.
Yeah, I think. Okay.
Yeah, Chintan, we lost you after you said, "Let me start." Switch off your video and do. Oh, he's gone again.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm having more issues. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, Chintan.
Okay. So I don't know when I got cut out. I was just saying that Naga, if I could just start with you, and if you could give some sort of a perspective on maybe 2 to 3 very important changes that need to happen in the ecosystem, and we can look at investors, we can look at the way the artisans are structured, we can look at maybe policy perspective. What are these 2 to 3 things that need to happen for us to be able to make this transition from 2% to 10%? Over to you.
Great. Yeah, thanks. Very good. This is a great initiative. I think Rajasthan been talking about the craft potential of Rajasthan, taking it forward. I'm glad Tulika sitting in Jaipur and Chintan and Startup YSS, we're able to take the journey forward with a lot of startups coming forward in this direction, which is very good. So I think 3 things, right? One is about if we come from the ground up. The ground up, there is a lot of focus now on the weavers and in terms of helping them to market, right? So there are not enough effort happening towards helping the inputs of the weaver, right, or artisan, right? There is, in the last 5 years, I've seen hundreds of startups. All of them are wanting to look at the marketing of the product rather than about helping the weaver. So can we start looking at just not beyond the design inputs, beyond the marketing inputs? Can we look at the input part of it? There are companies selling dyes to the weaver, making more money than any crafts organization today making at all, right? So there is, we always say that in the industry, there are very less 100 crore marketing organization in crafts. But there are people selling inputs, whether it is apparel industry, you see that everywhere. I see the Japanese Juki machine, right? Where you have, these guys have penetrated very well than any of our startups. So starting from the weaver, one is about start working on inputs. So can we start reducing the way that inputs are given to him and providing some more information, knowledge, and sustainable part of it. Then the second part is about creating hundreds of entrepreneurs in that space who can start providing this information. Today, if some entrepreneur want to start selling a product, He starts from going to Pochampalli, working with the weavers, and sitting in attending a marketing event in Italy, marketing the product. So doing end to end. So that is where I think every part of it can be segment, and each segment we should bring startups so that the person who works in marketing just work in marketing. Drawing a parallel to the fashion industry. So if you look at Bangalore, there are, next to IT, the highest employment is in garment manufacturing. So there's any brand you mentioned, there are 2-3 people who make products for that. They don't worry about what is getting done. They just send the designs out and getting it done. Similarly, we need 100 entrepreneurs in Pochampalli, in Sanganir, so that these marketing organizations can have. Now, from the marketing side, there are two angles, right? As you mentioned, is a domestic market and the overseas market. Domestic luxury market has been completely ignored. People will say that Indians are cheap, but look at the number of Audi cars and BMWs in every city. That tells you that if you put a value, put a bragging right, there is a market. So can we start looking at luxury segment in India, which I keep saying? Also make this controversial statement where say that handloom should not be affordable to middle class. If it is, then somebody living in poverty. So 3 changes, right? One is about segment the inputs so that bring startups in every region, every part of the supply value chain. Then the marketing completely start looking at luxury segments so that we are able to sell the product in higher value, then it passes to the weavers. Because otherwise, every intervention that we are doing, every day the weavers are leaving. In 20, 30 years, there won't be artisans. We'll become like US and London, that there is no weavers. But we have an opportunity. The last one is about the sustainable story. The whole world is worrying about this vaccine or all that stuff, but people are waiting to jump into the bandwagon of you played with the nature taking the revenge. So here is a great opportunity to change the narrative on sustainable story rather than a poor weaver story. I think there is going to be a great opportunity moving forward at this topic. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Naga. So I think very important key points. Focus on the inputs for the artisans. I don't think a lot of startups are looking at that. In fact, I remember one of our which is facing significant issues in terms of getting access to natural dyes. Perhaps there was a company in Delhi, and they had developed a technology through IIT Delhi to produce these natural dyes, indigo, etc. But I think they've shut down or something. So a lot of artisan groups and craft companies are facing issues of inputs. So I think that's a very, very important area. Perhaps we had not looked at it in that sense. That needs to be flagged. And your other points about being able to craft entrepreneurs, being able to tackle it's a completely different ball game.
So I think while we wait for Chintan, probably we'll pick up from. Go ahead, Chintan.
Oh, sorry. I'll just stop my video. So I was saying that perhaps pandemic times, the focus on sustainability and the need for sustainability, reducing global emissions, etc., has become all the more important. And therefore, if we are able to leverage that, I think it kind of makes sense. So I think very important 3 points. Let me move to you, Tulika, and before I come to Mahavir and Shikha. Tulika, from your perspective, because if we have to have hundreds of entrepreneurs trying to work with, as Naga mentioned, maybe one craft cluster and then identifying one intervention, whether it's an input or market or whatever, design, materials, etc., we would need thousands of students or whatever you call it. I mean, design students. It need not just be design students, but I'm assuming that IICD and the NIFTs would be the number one sort of catchment area for a lot of these entrepreneurs. So at the education system level, design education system or design education level, what are the 2 or 3 things that fundamentally need to change? And I'm really talking from the perspective of interacting with a lot of or working with a lot of design students who have tried to set up entrepreneurs, and I think we have a few in the panel. So what do you think are 2 or 3 fundamental changes which need to happen, maybe at the design education level or perhaps post education, incubation? How do these things merge so that just like we have a wave of tech entrepreneurship and IITs, NIITs throwing up engineers who do tech entrepreneurship, how can we learn from there and replicate that in the NIFs and ISCDs and NIDs of the world?
Great. Thank you, Chintan. Thanks for these very valid questions. And I would like to thank FICCI and all of you for inviting me here. It is pertinent to note that not only in design education, but in every education system, if we ingrain it in the mind of our students that once they complete education, they can become entrepreneurs and not only employment seekers. A major shift needs to happen there, because most of the time when students come to any institute, I'm not talking about IICD or NIFT or NID, I've been associated with the 3, but other than that, also, the whole mindset is that we finish our school education and then we go to any XYZ education stream, and then what package will we get or where will we get employed? So this is something which I constantly talk to my students about. So if you seek employment, you are just working for somebody, but if you become an entrepreneur, you can give employment to so many. So I think that mindset has to sort of penetrate. And when we tell our students talk to them about heroes of our education system or people who are doing very well, I think rather than quoting people who are working in the West in multinational companies, we should talk about our own heroes who've become entrepreneurs. So this is something that I'm trying to do in all my interactions with my final year students, at least, and even the younger ones, that don't seek for packages, XYZ amount ka package milega yahan se nikalne ke baad, because that is not what education is all about. So it's a larger perspective. So as an educationist, I think one of these things is important. The other thing is important that we need to change is the depth of subjects. Rather than covering a wide area, even if we cover smaller area in depth, we will be producing better kind of individuals, especially when we come to master's level, focusing on certain areas. And I really liked what Naga said about input. And that is something, we need to really talk about, think about. We talk about weave and design variations, but we don't talk about looms. Ki usko kaise improve kar sakte hain? How can we, make it more beneficial for the weaver, so that in a relatively less amount of time, he can do better work. His working conditions can improve. So if we create a range of subjects where people can work in depth and then say that, okay, this is one area which I have found. I would just like to add here that one day, I was just surfing through books on the internet. I like this archive.org, which has a lot of history books. I keep, revising and learning from history of handcrafts. So I found this book by D.R. Gadgil, which I did not expect. I had not seen it earlier. Industrial Revolution of India in Recent Times. This was written 100 years ago, roughly in 1924. And this was his thesis about industrial evolution. It's not a revolution, industrial evolution of India, where he talks about how handicrafts are taking a back seat and how the industry is evolving. Now, even 100 years ago, this was a major concern because of what had happened and how, most of our production was going westward because of industrial revolution. So I think this problem has existed for a very long time. And sometimes I feel good that we are still able to stick on to our crafts, because there have been people who've been coming in and helping at whatever different levels, throughout these last 100 years also. But I think now the time has come when we need to really dive deep into it. We need, as educationists, to tell our students to really evolve from just seeking very small time solutions of clients to larger perspectives, larger issues, that if, and when we talk about sustainability, what all does that contain? Not only environment, but job sustainability of people, employment, and materials that we are talking about, and recyclability, etc. So I think as an educationist, I would really want to say that I want people to focus on research of how we can make our tools better, and how we can think in terms of entrepreneurship rather than just finishing education and getting employed at a particular XYZ salary. So these 2 points, I think, I would like to say. Thank you.
No, I think very important points, Dr. Tulika. So I mean, I have in fact been part of a lot of the, I think it's almost a monthly or a fortnightly talk sessions that IICD does, where the alumni who are entrepreneurs, and in fact, I have participated as an audience, and I really liked them, and the interaction is, I think there's one faculty who moderates it, but otherwise it's a very interactive.
Yeah, I'll just share that. We call it Varta, from the word Vartalap, which is a Sanskrit word for talking to each other. So a Varta where we try and bring entrepreneurs mostly, our alumni, or even anybody from outside, or survivors who've seen tough times and what they are doing. And we take it as motivational factors for our students, so that they interact with them, understand the ups and downs, and that life is not just smooth, and it's not about just earning a salary, and not about just eating and sleeping, which is what animals can get anyway without even working hard. So how you take it forward. So like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great initiative. So one point which I just wanted to mention here, and we have been doing a lot of programs lately in the last 3 to 6 months, which are really focused on enabling fourth year, final year, or recent alumni engineering students to to sort of take their projects or do prototyping. These are all EIR, entrepreneur in residence, prototyping grants, etc. Anywhere between 3 to 7 lakhs. So there are 3 or 4 programs that we have been doing, and we have and 95% engineering students.
Do you want to pick up Mahavir?
Yeah, I can do that. I think he's going to come to me anyway.
Yes.
I don't know why he's so obsessed with doing his video. I think he should shut his video. So, okay.
Did I drop out?
Yeah, you did, Chintan. But just shut your video. But it's okay. He's gone again. So, I know what Chintan could possibly have asked me, and, I will just take it from there. And then without repeating what Naga or Tulika you've said, I totally agree with what is missing and what needs to be done. I just want to add another element to it as an investor, looking at the 3 years of Catapult coming around and doing so much for the craft ecosystem. I see design, I see materials being used, I see standard marketing tools that are being used, as Naga, you said, to going to trade shows or doing it online on portals. What I see missing is the scale up. Many a times great innovators are not scalable to a level, because what happens is, because they're doing end to end, they're sourcing the material, they are the designers, they are creating the product, they are trying to sell it. And that's what, becomes a very, very traditional business model, which I think is not the right thing to do. What they should focus on, if they're students from IICD and the design is their forte, they should focus on design. What I feel is that collaborative effort and scalability is missing in the craft sector. The impact has been created, work has been done, but it's been a challenge for them to be, as an investor, for me to see them to be scaling up. And I think, one of you rightly said, we should not look at crafts as something that we should be caring about, it should make sense to all of us. We should own and want to own natural products. So I think the only way I can see or I can feel that these startups can scale up is possibly by IP, and patents and trademarks. So what they need to be told at education level or at the mentoring level is that if you can create a process, whether it's dyeing, whether it's creating a product out of nothing, it's very, very important to have intellectual property built into it. And if you can have a design point of view, and also if you create differently, a trademark or a branding is required. The only way that people will remember it, or stores, franchises, kiosks, sales will happen. So I think the IP could be an important tool for the craft sector. And I think we as investors, I'm in the craft field, I've seen brands in the carpet industry, Jaipur rugs is become Jaipur rugs because they don't produce anything different, but because of branding. So the scalability happens when the brand is there. Scalability happen if you have a process which is more of a mechanized process, but all hand done. So Anoki is a brand because they do block printing and fabric selection in a certain way. So those processes that are inculcated, and a brand that is created after that, or if there's a natural dye which comes out of something, or a startup that pitched to us is bringing out fabric out of chicken feather. All these things have to have IP, and IP will be the only thing that I think will help the craft sector scale it up. Otherwise, there's so many manufacturers, exporters across India who are just dealing in crafts and who are in the business of crafts. But I don't think they understand that from the tech point of view, and technology can be used for scaling up. And I think that's the element that I just wanted to add to what both of you have said. And I'm sure Shikha will add the heritage part of it and how we can, yeah. So that's my, Chintan, I don't know if you heard what I said. I don't know if you were going to ask me that, but I've said what
I was exactly going to ask you that.
Did you
In fact, I was going to ask you that, you have, I think, seen maybe 7 or 8 pitches of the craft startups through the various platforms. So what's been missing? What are the 2 or 3 things that you have found missing? So I think you kind of answered that. I mean, if there's anything else you want to add, IP is one, process, etc. But that's exactly what my question was. You preempted it.
I think, in my opinion, having observed, so many tech craft startups in the last 3 years, I think I always think of something that would have helped that startup grow much faster, and that has to be created. And I'm done. Thank you.
No, in fact, that's exactly what I was trying to say when I got cut out and trying to address Tulika's point about people or craft designers trying to do research on an area, because that's how the IP is going to get created, right? In the IITs, etc., it gets created through that process, but then there's a channel after that. So there's a EIR program, Entrepreneur in Residence program. There is a scheme called Nidhi Prayas. Now Ministry of IT has a scheme where they give 4 lakh, 7 lakh grants. So that there's a 6 to 12 month bridge sort of a thing which is available to an entrepreneur, or for that matter a student, to try his hand at commercializing that IP. And in the absence of that, I think there are too many pressures, etc., because IP creation and IP commercialization may take time. It's not going to happen. Revenues are not going to happen immediately. So I think within the craft sector, there is I think a dire need for a sort of an equivalent EIR or a Nidhi Prayas sort of a program. And, if we have hundreds of entrepreneurs who get excited through various talks, through course content, etc., how do some of them be able to convert IP strong or process strong, the kind of things that Mahavir was talking about, those kind of startups. Otherwise, most startups will tend to be just sort of smaller marketplaces. Sort of smaller versions of an online version of an Anoki or an online version of a Fab India, because they need revenues fast and they will not be investable and things will not scale up. So I think that's where the chicken and egg issue.
I agree.
Yeah. So I think that's what I was just trying to say. So I think given the paucity of time, let me move to you, Shikha. I think if you can bring your experience of, because we are talking about all of this in the context of Rajasthan, right? We are trying to see that how do we create Rajasthan as the lab where new crafts or craft-based businesses can come up. Given your experience of working with the Jaipur Heritage City project, what do you think are the 2 or 3 or whatever multiple areas that are very interesting for entrepreneurs in Rajasthan to work on, whether it is craft forms or it could be other heritage forms or it could be for-profit business models that they could look at, maybe tourism related or whatever? I mean, if you can just give a couple of examples and then we'll maybe hear some of our startups about the innovations that they're doing.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's nice to be back on a FICCI forum and also with some familiar faces like Mahavir and Tolika here. So to respond to your question, Chintan, I'll start with, my area of work, which is largely, it started with built heritage in Rajasthan, but of course, through work and one of our initial projects, which was documenting the stone crafts for IICD. That was one of our first mega crafts documentation project where we did all the, supply chains and the manufacturing chain for stone crafts, including the craftspeople documentation. And that made me realize the potential, what you're saying, of Rajasthan being a crafts hub. And I've seen it in my practice, like in conservation, how Rajasthan has become a crafts hub because we started promoting our traditional use of materials. So it's lime techniques, jali work, stone crafts, or even in situ paintings that are, the alagila kind of fresco painting, which is still continuing. So the kind of artists and craftspeople we have in this sector and how they could be plugged in with the conservation. It started with 2005-06 when government of Rajasthan took up Amer Fort conservation as a mega project. It spread into Jaipur city. I mean, it would be the first city level conservation work where you have, hundreds of lime craftspeople and others working, on various bazaars and doing this work. But what I also saw was that this resource is only available in Rajasthan. When we moved to Punjab, I mean, there were big conservation projects, 100 crores for the 13 Finance Commission that we were monitoring, and they did not have people. They did not have craftspeople who knew about lime. So basically, it was these Rajasthani, contractors who had already been trained and promoted. A lot of them were inducted into Punjab. And even Golden Temple, the conservation and painting work, I got it done. I had to get Rajasthani painting, Alagila painters to do the work. And also, I mean, I've been talking to my colleagues, like even in the Aga Khan, whether it is Delhi here or when they moved to Hyderabad, they are doing Qutub Shahi. They could not find people who had the knowledge of lime work, and they finally had to get some Rajasthani craftspeople who were experts and who would do that. And this is something we've had historically. I mean, the British, while making Lutyens Delhi, had to get the Rajasthani craftspeople. So I think this is a tradition, very strong tradition that was realized through different periods in history, and it continues. So we need to ensure that we promote this tradition, and that's what I've been trying to do in my practice. And most of my contemporaries who are into built heritage conservation look at this, as a positive thing, because we are not like Western cities, where you have frozen monuments. We are a living heritage where it's not so important to conserve the building itself, but to promote the craftsperson, to give him opportunities to make those jalis, to do those paintings. So that is something that links directly to their employment. And I don't have the data, but I'm sure the way Rajasthan government has, come up with these conservation projects and the kind of generation it's employed, it's a generation of employment that's given to people, the craftspeople there. This, of course, is the building conservation sector. Now, my experience with Jaipur as UNESCO's Creative City of Crafts and Folk Art. Again, I mean, this was because we realized when I was working in the city of Jaipur that Jai Singh's vision was not only the urban planning of Jaipur, but also Jaipur as a trade and commerce city, how he invited these craftspeople from various different places, whether it was the guilds who were moving from Pakistan, what is now Pakistan, or the guilds who moved from Ahmedabad. And it based sound disturbance. Should I continue or
Please continue. I think there's background noise, but you can continue.
Okay. So it's, I mean, the karkhanas that were initially promoted by the Mughals and the Sultanate rulers, but Jay Singh adapted them as Chhattis karkhanas, or 36 craft. So these, I mean, how they continued, whether it was Jai Singh or Ram Singh or the later rulers, but also the British, how they promoted it. You know, the creation of Albert Hall as a museum of crafts that was done in 1870s. So whether it was colonial times or even post-independence, with the government, you know, picking up on spaces like Jawahar Kala Kendra and promoting these artists and craftspersons. So somehow this has continued because it's linked to the economy of the city. And if you see the Jaipur walled city, even though out of the 36 karkhanas, only 13 are continuing till today, we've documented them, and that's what we proposed in the UNESCO Creative City, which was, accepted. But our idea was that, at least 30% of this is contributing to the economy of the walled city area, the crafts industries. That's what our tabulation was. And that they need to be encouraged and promoted, not only, I mean, the crafts and the crafts techniques, but also, upgradation of their living quarters, which was very important, whether they are getting the ambient area or space to work there. So that's why we've, as part of the UNESCO Creative City, it is linked. It's not just the crafts industries as a separate issue, but UNESCO says that it has to be linked with sustainable development goals and the city planning. So your master plan or any planning should incorporate this aspect that the crafts industries require certain kind of space and environment that needs to be retained. And that is a commitment that municipal corporation had to give during this inscription. So they are supposed to, they've already started upgrading the Thatere Wale Ka Rasta. Next, I mean, they've committed to the Khazane Walo Ka Rasta, which has the stone crafts people. And so each crafts lane has to be upgraded, and the living situation of the crafts people has to be improved. And then we've had several programs, whether it's with IICD or College of Architecture students, where we got them to learn, from the crafts people on how you make lag bangles or others, or we promote through the heritage walks. Special crafts walks are taken up. And the idea again is to give direct accessibility to the crafts person. So if a person is on a heritage walk, he directly gets to buy the lac bangles or whatever the produce is from the craftsperson directly, rather than him going to some other middleman and it going through somewhere else. So this whole idea of heritage mapping is that people move inside and to actually look at the places where they are working, and the craftspeople get direct access. And that is something now in the pandemic situation, we've even had World Heritage City Labs. And for Jaipur, we've specially discussed that probably in situations like this, we can even think of looking at as a digital city. So you actually, you can have a city where you're walking through and you can have direct access to the craftsperson and give an online order to buy that particular thing. And this would promote sort of a virtual tourism, but give you that experience of the city and buying from a craftsperson directly, so a more direct feel than what you would do through some online shop. So these are some ideas that we are working on, and we continue to work on with various organizations. We collaborate with different NGOs in Jaipur, because our particular area, of course, focuses on built heritage, but we find it meaningless to conserve built heritage unless it's linked with the intangible. So crafts is one of the very important factor that we always address, and we try to, whether it's policy level or projects level, push the government to take up and do more for the craft sector, whether in Jaipur or in across the state.
No, I think wonderful. Thanks, Shikha, for giving us that perspective, because we have all been wondering as to what the creative cities tag is all about. So I think it gives us a lot of clarity. Definitely also helps in positioning Jaipur, and therefore by extension Rajasthan, as a natural crafts hub, right? So if I'm an entrepreneur and I'm trying to develop a craft and maybe market the products abroad, I think all this will help in some shape or form as a sort of a branding backup. So thanks a lot for that. So maybe with that, we try and take some perspectives from the three startups that are on the panel, and really from Abha, Vijay and Umang, I think all three of them are here. We just want to understand all these points that we are talking about, that, the craft startup really needs to focus on a process, on IP creation, rather than just trying to be a sort of a middleman in that sense, which is just trying to trade or sell a product and buy a product and sell it to a customer. So if you could essentially, and maybe I can start from you, Abha, if you can really talk about what is the intervention that your startup is doing in the entire, and you're working around Kolhapuri sandals and Kolhapuri footwear. What's the intervention that you have done, and how have you managed to build the business model? What's really the innovation or the IP, if I may use the word, in your a way of creating a product and then trying to sell it? Abha, you're on mute.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. So thank you first of all for having us. Yeah. So we currently Desi Hangover currently works with the artisan communities of Athni. This is on the borders of Maharashtra and Karnataka. These artisans are skilled into making shoes with a technique which is more than 800 years old. So to actually speak, they used to make shoes for the kings and the nobles, and because of all the westernization and the industrialization, the art no more could be carried forward. And because there were so many Chinese products and the competition that came along the way, the and obviously the recognition of the product was just close to a 200-300 rupees ka chappal, which could be seen across roads on Jaipur, Amritsar, even Bombay, Bangalore, and stuff. So basically, it did not have that traditional value that it used to have centuries back. So when we did our part of the research, we understood that the industry did not really evolve with the growing change of the in the fashion industry and in the handicraft industry. Basically, there were so many challenges. Is to there was no scale, there was no innovation. I mean, the quality obviously went for a toss. So obviously, as engineers, all of these problems really excited us. And initially we just thought as to why would anybody let alone buy, but even pay even 100 200 rupees for a product that is not even comfortable, and it does not even have any utility standpoint. Handicraft is very limited today with respect to its just aesthetics and home decor value. And it just does not make any sense for a consumer to find a functionality or a utility what do you say value in the product. So nobody would be ready to pay. But at the same time, when we look at markets like Europe and US, people are ready to pay 200 $300 for a piece of art. So basically, there is some sort of a disparity that is existing in the minds of the Indians and in the minds of foreigners. So we wanted to understand that from the core level. So yeah, obviously the advancements that the industry did not undergo, that was the major reason why the industry could not really prosper along with the changing times. So yeah, I mean, we invested a lot of time in understanding the problem, and then a lot of time was spent in creating the right product, and the product which would not only be accepted by a global audience but also be appreciated by them. I mean, today the expectation of the people have changed with respect to the quality of the product, the time it takes to reach them, the process of exchanges and returns. I mean, the trend is such that you cannot really blame them. So but in order to grow, we have to meet them at par and fulfill all these requirements. So yeah, I mean, we took the product, we innovated it, did all the right things, tried to use the right materials, use the right design, make it more industry ready with respect to the global catalog that it demands, and try to not just focus it from an Indian standpoint, but also facelifted it to towards taking it to a global platform on international shelves also. So yeah, I mean, all of these things, and at the same time ensuring that scale was, not a bottleneck, because handicraft is known to be, not at par with scale. So that was something we were always mindful of, that, no matter how good we get with the product, the scale would be something that would never be compromised on. So yeah, I mean, these were the things that we actually looked at.
Yeah, so Abba, I think wonderful. Thanks for the details. One counter question to that was, how did you manage that sort of a conflicting pressure? So at one end you had to make sure that the original craft remained, right? In the process of modernization, it did not become a new product or become almost like a factory-made product. And at the same time, it adheres to all the modern needs, sensibilities, etc. So how did you manage this kind of balance between the two, and was it a challenge, and what did you do to make sure that both the aspects are there?
Right. So we realized that, most of the time that the artisan was spending was, I mean, he was not doing 100% productive job. I mean, he was, doing things that really did not require, that did not really classify as creativity, and it was just, menial work. As I'll just give you a small example. See, here is the product that we make, and he used to cut these laces manually. I mean, this is no productivity, this is no creativity. I mean, I mean, it wouldn't make sense for him to, cut these 300 500 strands of leather in, hours amount of time. And instead, a simple lace cutting machine would used to do the same job in probably just 20 minutes. So the core of the product is still artisan based, and the core of the product is still the art form, but it is complemented with the right tools and, basic mechanisms, basic machinery, sorry, that would just accelerate the process and, not replace him as the core of the product.
I think very interesting. Sorry, I was on mute. Very interesting. I think it all boils down to the point which Naga was trying to make. How do you work on the inputs to enhance the artisan's productivity without compromising on the quality of the art and the craft? Right. So I think both the things are intact, and by working on some processes which can be mechanized, right, it doesn't make sense for the artisan to use his time to do that. He can make, therefore the quality also improves and he gets a higher output. So one quick last question, and this is to address Mahavir's point. What is the the IP? So is there any patent or IP that you have been able to file for your product, or maybe the process or the technique sector?
Yeah. So with the help of actually the craft catapult only, we could file a patent on this mechanism that we have developed. This is called a footlock counter. I don't know if you're able to see this. This is slightly wide. So this part is slightly thick. So this is called a footlock counter. What it does is basically it takes care of this marginal size error, which happens when the leather expands. So usually, I mean, the process is all handcrafted, right? So it has its challenges on its own. So here, handmade, also the shoes, they are, size sensitive. So tomorrow, if, we want to cater to a UK based audience, so the sizing becomes different. A US based audience follows a different sizing. So this particular mechanism, it takes care of that marginal size error. So this particular product can fit into a customer who can have a size, varying from 8.5 to 9.5 also. So this thing has never been done in the shoe industry ever before, let alone handmade. So this is something that the designers have, developed in the past 1 year, and we were successfully able to, file a patent on it.
Okay, great. So I think, thanks for the update. So let me move to you, Vijay. You are, of course, based in Rajasthan. You're essentially looking at building some sort of a platform, and I think I'll let you do most of the talking. But my question from you, apart from detailing out the intervention that you have done, is also to look at the investability perspective, because I know that you've been able to raise funding and from institutional investors also. So what has, first of all, what's the intervention that you're doing? How have you been able to do it? And B, how have you been able to tackle the scalability issue and convince investors about investing in your startup, which is fundamentally working with crafts?
Thanks, Chintan. Thanks for inviting me. So I'll divide this whole thing in 3 segments. One is the fabric lore overview, little bit of overview. Second is that how we are functioning, and third is that how we are able to convince to the investor that this segment is a big segment which is still untapped, but there's a lot of opportunities available in the segment. So in the overview, we are 4.5-year old company. We have started in April 2016, and with the 2 people from home, just like a first generation entrepreneur. We started very small scale. I remember that when we got the first order through our own website, we were thought that this is the wow moment for us, that somebody can find us on the internet without having any digital marketing. So in the first month of April 2016, we used to have 50 to 60 orders. Currently, during this tough time, we are able to ship approximately 8,000 orders month-on-month basis. The scale which we have achieved, we are based out of Jaipur. We are 54 people company. So and in the 8,000 orders, we are also shipping approximately 400 international orders. The good thing which happens is that the issue is that because we are a fabric company and we are B2C company primarily, because we sell directly to the consumer, the difficulty we were identifying in the earlier stages is that how the customer can, because buying fabric is some sort of a touch and feel segment where people would like to go to the shop, touch and feel the craft, and then they buy. But what we have realized in last 4 years is that the customer primarily female, 96-97% of our customer bases, they are more educated when they buy the material. They see that they are fully knowing about what is indigo, what is dabu, what is chanderi, and all the other things, So what we have to spend time on the customer service, on the product innovation, in terms of quality, in terms of experience, in terms of photography. So these are the main challenges. Being in B2C company and e-commerce company, this was a thing which we have developed as an IP. We have not filed any IP, but this is the IP which we have developed in last 4 years. If you visit our website, you can find that. So this is the overview of a company. Second part, I will come that the business model. Once we started this, we find that there are 2 types of people who are working in the craft segment. One is that persons who are having his own family, wife, husband, children, they are working, they have tables in their homes. Second part is the master artisans who are from that village or communities having 5 or 7 families who are working for them. When we go to the master artisans, they have a fixed product. So the innovation part is not there. Whatever is available, you can buy that, but otherwise that's it. So initially we started with the master artisans because there is a lot of variety available. But after that, we moved to directly to the families, because what was happening, the margin which master artisan was taking from the artisans, that we have cut out that. Plus what we have also done is that we were able to get new prints, new design, new thought processes directly from the families who are printing and dyeing and all the other things. The challenges we found that they were working on a normal things like cotton, 60-40, or the material which is widely used in the segment. So they were afraid to do any experiments on the base fabrics because of cost. So then we decided that, okay, let's do one thing. We will provide you the material for the base material. You do printing for us. So what happened as of now, we are working approximately 50 families in Rajasthan, because Rajasthan is having a good, very good, you can say, the craft heritage. Every state like Jodhpur or Badmer or Ajmer or Akola, there are all craft available. But it has not been pitched right way to the customer. So this is the way we have tapped the potential and we have developed the brand. What has also happened in last 4 years, that ecosystem of e-commerce has been developed so successfully, and the trust has been developed so successfully that I remember that earlier we used to have 5 to 7% prepaid order, which has moved to 55% prepaid order. It shows that customer is trusting the brand, and the return which used to have been 5 to 10% earlier by the customer, which is now less than 1% from the customer. So customer is intelligent. if you are selling a right product, the customer is available to pay the price. As Mr. Prakasan has said, that we are not looking any pity for the craft which is available. The only thing is it is not been portrayed well enough to the world. So this was our experience. I would come to the third point, that what is need to be done. Our experience in last 4.5 years, that a company and the mindset of a company is very difficult to change. If somebody asks me that tomorrow I'll start the R&D center, it is very difficult. I may not be able to do that because I am focusing on my business. R&D, you can say the innovations, sales, these all are the different segments altogether, but they all have to work together to build a big startup, to make this startup to the next level so that it can benefit to the consumer, it can benefit to the artisans, it can benefit to the whole ecosystem. What I understand in last 4.5 years is that collaboration opportunities is missing in the whole link. Person who is doing the R&D, he is doing the R&D and having a revenue of 3 lakh rupees or 2 lakh rupees with this R&D is not been able to market it properly. Wherein the company like us, as we have a different crafts all over from India, wherein the contribution of Rajasthan is 40%, which we are doing, we are open for the collaboration with IICD, or as we always discuss with you that we are open for NGOs. We are working with Hateli Sansthan, where 300 people are working. We get their products and shipping from our website because we have a huge team for the marketing and digital marketing things, So these are the 3 things which I would like to address it here.
Thanks, Sudhir. So one follow-up question, and I think that will be there in most viewers' minds is, so you are not selling the finished product to the end customer. Let's say it's a woman, as you mentioned, 95-96%, but the fabric for making the product, because that's slightly counterintuitive, because the conventional wisdom or the commonsensical wisdom is that people are now buying ready-made garments and fashion garments, etc. Why would a person buy fabric and then go to a tailor or whatever boutique to get it stitched? So how do you? I mean, what's your sort of answer to that? I mean, are people still buying fabric, and what's the ecosystem like?
Exactly. So Chintan, I'll mention it to you that this unorganized segment is a big industry altogether, very big industry. If you see, just like a sort of a one example, we have searched into Just Dial that how many female boutiques are available in India. Approximately 70,000 boutiques are available in India, in which, let's say, if they make 1 dress per day and 30 dress in a month, so they require 3 to 4 meters of a fabric. If you multiply this, it will go in lakhs of meters in India. I'll just give you one more example, that 400 orders to the international market, in which out of 200 orders are the boutiques basically who is buying the products from us. And we were very amazed when people talk about indigo from Israel, from Japan, from US, from Australia. They want their prints to be developed. So females are very aware that what they would like to buy, and it's a big segment altogether. But it's unorganized. It's an unorganized segment.
Correct. Very interesting. So I think that's generally the perception is that things are moving significantly towards ready-mades and made-ups, but that's not the reality in India. There's a large manufacturing base or boutiques in tens of thousands, as you mentioned, and that's another market by itself. So thanks a lot.
Chintan, I just add one other thing here. I just missed it. Just for a number, just for give you a number, we are dispatching approximately 45,000 meters of fabric from our warehouse. So this is a number. I just thought that I'll give it to you.
Wonderful. No, excellent stuff. So I think let me move to Umang, and I think Umang also does something similar, but I think the important point there, and she can maybe talk about it, is she specializes in a particular type of fabric, and rather than trying to do B2C, her model is really looking at boutiques or smaller designers, etc., and supplying them some specialized fabric. And I think Umang has been able to do a lot of innovations in the materials. So Umang, if you can talk about your story and how you have innovated on the material, on the product, on the business model, that would be great. Umang, I hope you can hear us.
Yeah, hi, sir. Thank you so much for actually having me here. I'm sorry I'm not starting my video because there's some internet issue and it might just be an issue. So I think answering to your question, innovation, definitely we started using a lot of different kind of yarns that were available, which is bamboo, soybean waste, linen. Traditionally, they when I started, I used to work with khadi artisans with this one organization in Jora. This is in Morena district in Madhya Pradesh, and we started making better quality khadi. And from there to now that we have handloom fabrics, we make bamboo 4-petal 4-shaft loom fabrics in Maheshwar, to making a soya or a bamboo fabric in Chennai. So the whole idea was that we didn't want to become a trader and we didn't want to sell the same fabric which is available in the clusters because it's just a competition. It's just becoming an extra middleman, like everyone was sharing. We wanted to really address to the problems and needs of the artisans, and that's why the company was created. And so we sort of understood why they are not able to move from the traditional products and make something innovative. One, that they have no access to these innovative yarns. All they can get in their clusters is silk and cotton or traditional yarns with the traders who are in Maheshwar or Chanderi. Dyeing possibility is not there. They have one dyer which is set up by the government, or they dye their silk at home, which is very simple. So they didn't know how to dye these yarns. That was another thing. And then, washing and so saris, they don't generally wash or calendar these saris. Such kind of facilities are not there in these clusters. So making textile was not possible, with the same kind of loom. When we say the sari loom is different from the textile loom, you need as a fabric, we need more strength, we need different kind of reed, different pick, in traditional language, if I say, to make the textile which is fashion friendly. So that was the reason that, every designer is only doing saris or dupattas from these clusters and hardly some textile. I mean, if we have 4,000 weavers in Maheshwar, I think not even 400 for that matter are making textile. All 4,000 of them are making saris. So every day, Maheshwar is making at least one sari, so 4,000 saris. And Chanderi is making similar because Chanderi takes like 3 days to make one sari. So then again, there also Chanderi has around 10,000 weavers. So they also make on an average around 3,000 to 4,000 saris in a day. So 8,000 Chanderi and Maheshwari saris are being made, and the market is same. I mean, similar kind of. So all the weavers are making same bootas, same colors, and and there is so much competition. Yesterday night, I was on one of the biggest fashion platform, and there was this one Chanderi sari which is for 4,800, and there was this run of the mill power loom Chanderi sari for 899, and that just I just felt very bad because Chanderi has a GI tag. No one is allowed to use the word Chanderi if the product is not made in Chanderi. You can call it a silk cotton, but you cannot. So this is a responsibility. And yesterday at 2 o'clock at night, I was working on something and I saw this, and I wanted to write to the handloom commissioner, an email, and I'm definitely going to do that because this is something which is not acceptable. And when Mahavir sir said about IP, this is what next for Khadiji. Khadiji has worked with artisans on upskilling the looms, on creating new products, on upgrading the looms, on upskilling the artisans. But now this is the next step. We are definitely going to create an IP for these clusters and create small micro entrepreneurs at the village and cluster level. And that's the focus area. So we definitely have set up SOPs for some of the fabrics, and we are collaborating. We work with Fabric Lore and providing these fabrics. But now the next step for Khadiji is definitely the IP, because this is very, very important. We can't be so loose about using it's an heritage, and we can't be so loose about using the words like chanderi for run-of-the-mill fabric or run-of-the-mill product. So yeah, I think that's what this is what we are looking at.
Thanks, Omkar. And I think I'm getting some feedback. One thing which becomes very clear is hello. Yeah.
Yes,
So I think
you're audible.
here is that all the three startups, I mean, if you looked at their intervention stories, etc., there's a significant work that they are doing with the suppliers and making sure that the suppliers are able to come up to speed, innovate in the process, etc. So that's really an important element which comes out, the working on the input side. So I think with this we come to the end. I thought initially that we can do a quick sort of finishing round, but I think we are already 1:59. So I'll just take a minute to sort of summarize and as I mentioned, this is just the first in a series of discussions that we can do towards building Jaipur and Rajasthan as a craft hub and live up to its status of the UN Heritage Creative City. So I think some of the points, if I quickly summarize, is one is working with the artisan, focusing on the imports, trying to see how we can upgrade them and get them up to speed, increase productivity, etc. So that needs to be one important intervention. Being able to sell to the luxury markets, because that's a different ball game altogether. That's important element. Maybe having some research to entrepreneurship grants, programs, schemes, that more and more intellectual property can be developed around crafts, processes, technology, wherever the intervention is necessary to be required. And that's what Mahavir also talked about from an investor's perspective, that seems to be the missing link. What's that IP which will capture the value and create value for the investors? And there are multiple areas, and we have seen 3 examples. So these are some of the takeaways, and I think Shikha also talked about the entire Jaipur as a creative heritage city, what it means. It definitely gives a boost to startups who are starting up from Jaipur. It has a certain branding, etc., associated with it. And I think we were able to see the live interventions that these startups have done in the value chain and build successful business. So with this, I would like to thank all the panelists for giving their inputs. I'm going to compile a lot of these, maybe see how we can action it. Maybe we can discuss FICCI and try to see if we can create some sort of a working paper and maybe make a representation to the government if required. So thank you again to the panelists, and thank you, FICCI, for enabling this wonderful discussion to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bakshi, and thank you to all the speakers. With this, we come to the close of our Digital Rajasthan Conclave. I once again thank you for the participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.